Craig Green, Mark O'Connor, you're sitting in a military helicopter passing over the ocean. In the distance, you can see the small lights of many helicopters passing around, doing patrol formations around the city of Hanesborough. A thick fog lays over the ocean, and you can see the very tip of the sun trying to pierce through in the far distance. Along the roads and highways leading into Hanesborough, you can see that the National Guard has cordoned off the entire city, and from reports you've seen, nobody has gone in or come out in the last 2 days. The city of Hanesborough 2 days ago sent out a state of emergency requesting the National Guard support, but before any more information could be gleaned, a fog rolled through the city, surrounded it. When the National Guard arrived, they tried sending forces in, and those forces haven't been heard of. Orb has been contacted to put together a team and enter into the city to figure out the cause. You'll be meeting the rest of your team on an aircraft carrier out in the ocean before you're drawn in by boat to enter into the city from the docks. As the helicopter starts to touch down, you see a man. He's got long black hair, neatly combed. He is standing there with his arms behind his back, and he waits for the helicopter to slowly touch down before you're given the green light to disembark. When you step off of the aircraft, or when you step off the helicopter, you can see looking around there are many members of the Navy attending their stations. You look up, you can see the bright blue 70 on the side of the ship. The man in a very tidy black suit, but with a strong jawline, sharp features, he steps forward and he approaches the two of you. Welcome. Mark O'Connor, Craig Green. I appreciate you for taking the time to be here. My name is Luke Gehrman. I'll be the handler from Orb for this operation.
Hi, Luke.
Nice to meet you.
So what do we got?
Complete silence. City is cut off from the rest of the world, it seems like. Any attempt to pass over aircraft has been met with system failure. No aircraft has returned from any scouting missions. He shows you a couple of images on a piece of paper. Satellite imagery shows that the entire city is fogged out. Everything is blurry. We can't make any clear signs of anything. The United States government is starting to panic.
With good reason, I think.
Yes. Commander Kinsley Price will be meeting us here to meet the team. We're also waiting for one more. A Zoroastrian. She'll be very useful to you on this mission. Do you have any questions for me?
Is the same blurry fogged out scene on the surface? If you look at the city from the land?
The best we can see is a wall of fog. We can make out buildings from the sky, but the streets seem to be covered in this mist. It's hard to make out any details.
Okay.
We've tried sending a few teams in, well, we, the National Guard, from various angles, but we've lost contact with every single one. I'm sure you read the notes on your way here, but this is a volatile situation. You'll be compensated handsomely, but we can't guarantee your safety. In fact, it's a very risky operation.
Right.
As you're standing there talking, a second helicopter approaches from the distance. This one is more heavily fortified. You can see mounted rockets on the side of it. there's a man hanging off of a machine gun. It touches down lightly, but keeps its rotors running, and the door opens. And Chantel, I hope I'm saying your name right. Your door
That's
opens,
correct.
and a man, he steps out and offers his hand to help you off of the helicopter. Luke looks over. There's our third member.
Chantal will accept the man's hand and gracefully exit. She is wearing like what actually looks like secondhand robes that go down to the floor, but otherwise she is pristinely clean and her eyes are blazing
This one should
when
be
she looks
very
at people.
interesting. Mark O'Connor, what do you look like?
Marco is about as nondescript as you can get. You would lose him in a crowd in an instant. The only real notable thing is his smiley eyes, which he just can't hide. They show a certain joy in everything he looks at.
And Craig?
Clean shaven, safari clothes with the pith helmet. You know, if you think big game hunter, that's me. Age indeterminate.
So, our third party member. Glad to meet you, Marco Connor.
It is nice to meet you as well.
And
Is
I'm
this
Craig.
all? She will bow her head slightly. Nice to meet you as well. Is this all? She'll turn to the
No, there's one
Yes.
more. And he
uh
gives a side-eye glance to Craig for a moment. There's a special case, uh, well, he calls himself a half-fey man by the name of Lucius. He infiltrated the city through the mist about 12 hours ago now. He insisted
see.
on making a reconnaissance pass before meeting you at the docks. Hopefully he'll be there. If not, hopefully you'll run into him at some point during your investigation.
Half a man. Well, it won't be the first time I've been friends or work partners with somebody that looks like something I might have hunted at one point.
Craig, you were actually specifically selected for this job. Your rifle has special properties that, if this Lucius character in any way acts against the mission objective, you are best suited to handle him.
Okay.
I see they took a few of my warnings to heart then.
I'm sorry that I don't have much more information to give you. We really don't know the situation inside the city. The government's desperate, and we need to prevent this from becoming a wider incident. Media lockdown is only going so far. The internet is already starting to spread rumors that we're having a hard time containing.
So what you're saying is get in, get it done, and quick.
As quickly as may be. We don't know the situation inside. I prefer that you all come out alive, actually.
As do we.
Always a bonus there.
But I'm not going to lie to you, it will be dangerous. Please make any preparations. Sorry, go ahead.
As completing the mission is the most important, do we have items that we need to gather?
All of your equipment you should have requested before the mission started. You should have everything that you need. We have loaded everything into the dock that will be into the boat that will be taking you into the docks.
I believe Chantel was wondering if we might need to retreat, if there's anything known that we might need to bring out with us.
Or policy is always, if possible, to take the monster alive for research purposes. If that's not possible, then of course, terminate the creature, but make sure that it's thorough. This cannot spread. Whatever is doing this, he waves his hand towards the Misty City, is something powerful indeed.
If we wish to part the mists, then we'll probably have to embrace destruction, as distasteful as that is.
If there are civilians inside the city, try to keep casualties to a minimum. And Orb was not involved. You are National Guard for all intents and purposes.
Aye.
I will still be allowed to wear my robes, correct? I do not have to, she waves her hand at what they're wearing, change into something more discreet.
At the risk of offending our other two members here, it's a great honor to have you, Ms. Chantel. Without your communication, we might not have had such a speedy response. You may act as you see fit. I understand that you have your specific methods.
As each one does, who embraces the Holy One. Chantel is like gonna bow to you guys slightly and then go over to the corner and sort of meditate while she's waiting for you guys to finish doing whatever you need to.
The other two, are there any more questions, anything you would like to know or ask or do? Okay.
Nah.
I believe we're raring to go here.
Alright, let's get this on.
Your boat is a small military vessel docked on the side of the aircraft carrier. In the back, there are crates with any equipment that you requested, the equipment that belongs to you. And some of you have more knowledge of where to get more equipment. And surprisingly, Luke Gehrman, the handler, he climbs down the ladder and he joins you aboard the boat along with the boat's captain. I'll be accompanying you as far as the docks.
Good.
Chantel will turn to him and go, "Are you sure that is wise?"
Someone from Orb needs to keep an eye on the situation as far as we possibly can. And this boat is specially crafted. If Cthulhu Relay were to himself rise from the ocean, we would have a decent chance of escaping him.
She smirks and nods.
Very well. Let's be off.
Hop in the boat.
All aboard who's going aboard.
You pass
Yeah.
away from the aircraft carrier and into the foggy distance towards the city. He pulls up a quick map on paper that he shows to you. He gestures towards the center of the northern part of the city, where the docks are, and he mentions it on his map. We'll be dropping you off here. As you can see, the city covers a wide area. we don't know the source of the communication blackout. We don't know where the source of this incident is hiding. In truth, we really don't know much more than this. This might be a long job, so take what precautions you need. Be careful, and I'll leave this map with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question about the map. Is the gray blue marking where the mists are the heaviest, or is this a map of
This is
just
a map of urban density. The light areas are buildings, population. The farther out you go, more rural areas until you get into the heavy woodland and forests around the city. This is a map of the area where the fog is covered.
It looks intriguing, if a little densely populated.
I'm with you there, ma'am.
You pass around one of the small little islands on the side of the city and enter into the bay. In the distance, you can see buildings looming ominously with no signs of life. You pass in and arrive at the docks. Fishing vessels, and in the distance, cargo ships, massive cranes with hooks hanging down. Visibility is very poor, and even with the rising sun, the city is dark, seems decrepit almost. Your small boat pulls up to the side of one of the docks, and the captain hops out, ties a few ropes, and begins unloading your equipment. When everything is set, he hops back into the boat and begins to untie. And Garriman, he stands there with his hands behind his back and looks up at all of you. Well, this is where we part ways. Good luck to you, and be careful. It looks like it's going to rain. He glances up, and a few raindrops falls on him, and he gives you a smart ass of a smirk.
Well, true rain would clear the mists, perhaps.
I wouldn't count on that.
It's unlikely to occur here, as there is little truth.
Unless communications are brought back online, or you found a way out, Orb's not going to be able to retrieve you. I wish you the best of luck.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. It was nice to meet you.
Watch it out there.
He nods to you, and the small boat turns and pilots away back into the bay, disappearing in the mist, with Garriman standing at the back with his arms crossed behind him, watching you until you're out of sight. You look around the docks, and you can see that they're completely empty. No people, not even signs of bodies. And it seems that work has been abandoned mid-process. There are forklifts around with loads that have been stopped haphazardly in the middle of the docks. The cranes are dangling. One cargo container is hanging from a crane, just swinging back and forth. In the distance, you can see a dock office up a flight of stairs, unassuming brown and white building with checkered windows looking out over the docks. The lights seem to be struggling to stay on. I'm not sure if there's a generator or if the city's power is still working, but they flicker and struggle to stay on. Seems that most of the electricity has been killed. The fog rolls through the docks as you stand there.
Let's say we get moving. Either of you ever seen anything like this?
Only in visions.
Visions?
It doesn't matter. It is not for now. She's gonna just sort of look around and try to see if there's anything nearby that is actually well lit.
The dock office seems to be the only lit building, but inside you only see a single lamp hanging down from the ceiling. You're below it. There's a stairwell leading up and a rusty metal door that goes inside.
Is the lamp something that can be removed, or is it like an electric?
It's a hanging ceiling lamp, dangling from a
Oh,
wire.
okay.
I'd like to try to read a bad situation.
Okay. Any question you want, not just the listed ones.
What's the biggest threat?
You feel that you are simultaneously surrounded by threats and not. Looking around the dock, you get this sense of danger, but at the same time you feel at ease, as if that danger can't touch you. Instead, looking out past the docks into the city streets, you get the sense that wandering out into the roads, into the streets, into the buildings is where you're going to find the danger. And also, there's this creeping feeling that you get that if you stay too long in any one place or waste your time a bit too much, well, genuinely, that wasting time isn't much of an option for you. Here at the
And
docks, you feel okay.
What's our best way in?
You'll need to assess where to go, how to proceed from here. Right now, they just let you loose into the city and not given any direction. The best way in would probably be to search around, search the building, search the dock office, maybe try to find some lead, some clue.
And I'm gonna hold the last one.
I'll head up the stairs toward the dock office. Are you two coming?
Might as well pull out my flashlight.
Yes, we should at least follow you for now. Can I investigate a mystery?
Sure, in the office or around the docks?
Specifically in the office to see if it like marks when the exact time when people were sort of went missing.
Okay.
I missed. Ooh. I need to mark that somewhere. Where does it keep track of it?
There's an experience line on the spreadsheet.
Ah,
Character
there we
sheet.
go.
You
Okay.
step into the office, and Craig, being the last one to enter the office, as you're standing at the bottom of the stairs, you hear this. It sounds like the wind, but it also could be voices or wailing or crying from the city over the buildings. But it passes as soon as you hear it. Craig and Chantel, you pass into the office. You look around. There's a few desks here. You can see the hanging lamp, and on the wall is a map of the city. A phone sits on the desk, and as you pass around, you look around and maybe check some documents, look at the map. Seems unassuming, but then the phone starts ringing.
Ooh, I'll answer it.
Uh,
Hello?
Craig, you pick up the phone, and you don't hear anything through it, although there is a sound of maybe something muffled. Breathing, maybe? Sounds like something's on the other end.
I'll cover the speaker part of the phone, the microphone part of the phone, and there's there's nothing there. Maybe some heavy breathing.
Chantel is gonna hold out her hand for it and be like, "May I?"
Sure, ma'am. And I'll hand her
And
the phone.
she will pick it up and go, "Darkness, would you like to speak?"
There is still this silence, but Chantel, you hear it. This voice, this breathing. It sounds robotic. It might be as if you're talking to like a automated voice or something like that, but it's breathing through the mic.
She's going to turn to, I believe it's Marcus, or Marco,
Yeah.
and be like, "Would you like to attempt contact?"
I'll take it. Just listen for a moment.
You hear the same.
Can I hear anything in the background beyond it?
No, not really. Do you say anything to it?
No. I'll just hang up.
Okay.
And then I'll pick it up again and see if there's a dial tone.
Phone seems dead.
You go the receiver.
They know we're here.
I reckon they knew that when they rung the phone.
Well, that map. Where would our would-be scout head to from here? Anything left by the scout, perhaps, indicating their next move?
Marco, when you had your back to the map, looking at the phone, when you turn back to it, you can see little pinpoints. They weren't there initially, but now you can see them fairly clearly. They start at two different sections of the city. One seems to be a densely populated apartment district. Looking at the map and matching up the area with the map that Luke Gehrman gave you, you can make out a series of apartment buildings on the east side of the city, as well as what seems to be a hospital. These little points, they start out as little burning points of fire, and they very slowly burn out to form holes in the map where these places were.
Right.
I would like to use magic, specifically to observe another time.
Okay. What does that entail? You're looking for.
I want to see if I can observe this as it was, before people went away, right? At the point when the incident started. What does it entail? It's under use magic, and the
Okay.
effect choices. Um, it's on one of the standard effects.
Okay. Sounds good to me.
So I would like to observe this area for at a different time, right when the incident started.
Surprisingly,
It,
it's actually a bit difficult for you, where before you might have done this with relative ease or painlessly. Instead, they come as flashes, almost as if something is resisting your mind. But you see it. If you look out of the window overlooking the docks, you can see dock workers, employees. There's flashes, almost like still images of them working, and then the next flash attacking each other, killing each other, strangling, throwing each other into the ocean, beating each other's heads in with equipment. And these flashes continue 5 or 6 different scenes of violence throughout the dock until you see the fog roll in. And as the fog rolls in, these flashes seemingly stop, and nothing remains. No people, not even the bloodstains that they left.
does that evaporate with it, or does it just it's unclear?
It's as if in one flash it's there and people are killing each other, and in the next it's as if it's a scene that you see now. Empty, blank.
Okay. She is gonna go. It looks like there might have been more killing here than one might have expected.
Killing. Not seen any bodies or blood or anything.
I believe the mist is covering our sight for more than just one item.
Oh,
Um, she's gonna walk down. If we're done in this room, she's gonna try to walk down towards the docks and see if she can see anything in the regular water.
Peering into the water, you see the murky, somewhat dirty water from industrial runoff up the coast. It doesn't seem to strike you as anything that you can see through. It's dark.
But we don't see any bodies in it or anything like that.
No, try as you might, you can spend time searching the dock. You don't find any bodies or anything like that. Although, as you step back, maybe towards the office, you see something that wasn't there before. As the others are looking around the office, you approach the stairs, and sitting by the end of the stairs at the bottom, it seems to be a little cat doll. It's like a plush of a cartoon cat sitting there, and you're fairly certain that wasn't there before when you climbed the stairs.
She's going to call the other people over.
I head that way.
Team.
But grab any. There probably is a board of keys or something for vehicles. Grab some keys.
Okay.
See if
And
anything works.
she's going to not touch the plush doll, but investigate it as a mystery.
Okay.
Hmm.
You have a question for it?
Yes. Just for instance. What is being concealed here?
As far as you can tell, this doll was not being concealed from you when you came in. Instead, this doll seems to have been almost materialized. You feel like your senses are scrambled. So, what's concealed and what's not concealed, what's real and what's not real, it all seems to blur together. This doll just arrived.
Um,
Would this count as physical evidence of a monster?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you.
So,
if nobody else is going to do anything with it, she's
yeah,
she's
just a
going to
kid's toy. Yeah.
perhaps they will be alive, but I doubt it. She's going to pick it up and put it sort of on the outside of her robe.
Okay.
Are there any vehicles that will work with these keys?
Do a maybe investigate a mystery.
Let's see. Investigate. Ah, here we are. Moves.
You go through all of the cars in the parking lot and a couple of the docked vehicles, but all of the keys that you try don't seem to fit.
Ah, guess we're walking then. So where do we head to? There are 2 points. Don't know if the scout left them or something else.
How badly do you want a vehicle? I might know where a cache is nearby.
Nah, I just didn't want to walk.
Okay.
So where shall we head? Apartments or hospital? If little lady, you're right. There was a lot of killing. There might be something at the hospital.
We can head to the hospital, but I think they probably also killed each other.
Well, let's get walking.
Which way? Hospital?
Hospital.
Okay.
Southwest it is.
And keep an eye out.
Entering into the city, the fog seems to be even worse. Here and there, you'll spot vehicles along the side of the road, and looking up at the buildings, none of the windows are lit. Everything is shrouded in this suffocating mist. You pass block by block, walking slowly through the city. The sun is just barely managing to pierce so that you can make its faint outline out in the sky. In the wind, you can hear it sounds like voices or calls, cries, sounds of pain, but they are so distant and they fade.
Hmm.
The city is empty. There's no one around.
So we're not hearing anything, correct?
We keep hearing stuff, but not really.
Yeah.
At least we're not in the sewers.
Well,
Something audibly different occurs halfway to the city or to the hospital. You hear dogs barking, several of them.
pull out my shotgun. Now, if everyone in the town is suddenly gone, why are the dogs here?
But are they really here?
Or maybe it's one dog.
Well,
Or maybe I do not remember if it only affected humans.
The sound gets louder. You can hear them in the streets just a few blocks off.
Can I read a bad situation?
Yes.
Partial success, of course. What is the biggest threat?
Something to the sound of those dogs sounds wrong. Their barks echo, and they howl periodically. They're moving in a small pack, maybe 3 of them. They're drawing closer, and their voices are wrong. They're approaching.
I do not
Is
believe
there
those
any-
are dogs after all. We might want to get to higher ground.
Yeah, is there somewhere to get off the street? Or at
Yeah.
least get something solid behind our backs?
fire escape.
Sounds like maybe a act under pressure. As the dogs start approaching from the streets, closing in.
Did we all roll that?
I think only one has to. Margot, you look around the streets quickly for any escape from the oncoming dogs. You spot a fire escape down an alley leading up onto a 3rd floor shop building on a corner.
Okay. Just quick whistle over here. Come on, let's go. And head toward the fire escape.
I'll follow last, keeping an eye behind us.
As
I'll
soon as
move
you
as fast as I can.
As soon as you make it to the top of the building, you look down into the street. Emerging from an alleyway down the road, you can see the figures of the 4-legged dogs making out their outline. They pass and head down the street, passing by your building. If you look over the balcony, they seem to be sniffing, smelling around the street. One turns its head towards the building and you can get a good look at its face. You watch as, from 4 corners, starting from its nose, its head almost seems to split open, revealing almost a tentacled mouth.
Ah,
Lining along the inside are sharp teeth, replacing its face with this tentacled monstrosity. But then the face closes again.
I don't think I've bagged one of those before.
what in all that's holy's name is that?
Probably what some might call a hellhound. I would at least call it that. I'm going to try to cast out evil.
Okay.
Because I'm guessing it's an unnatural creature, right? Oof. partial success. So,
You do this, and you're above it. What does this look like for you?
she'll hold her hands out and say a mantra under her breath, which you guys cannot quite make out. And there'll be like a light flow of glowing that comes off of her during this period.
No.
Those of you that watch this, through the shimmers of light, you can see the buildings and the skyline behind her, and it almost seems to dispel the fog very slightly. You can see that some of the buildings are damaged in the background. But if you look past her, it seems that she is... You can see that the buildings are again just covered in fog, but look fairly normal. Chantel, you cast out, banishing this evil from the street. One of the dogs yelps in seeming pain before you see it fade to dust before you. The other two turn and start smelling around, start howling, and start barking loudly. From a tower nearby, you can see a winged shape. It's black and looks like a crow or a raven, but it's slightly larger, size of a large cat or a small dog maybe. It spreads its wings and starts flying out at the noise. And Chantel, you take the time. The dogs can't reach you. Instead, they run around helplessly until one by one you fade them away. But this massive bird-like creature swoops down.
I got one coming.
It lets out a horrible screech, and you can see its rib cage poking out from underneath its feathers slightly. Sharp claws extend down and come to attack.
And wait for it to come in and get its attention with the shotgun.
Go for it.
Well, before you do, do we have at least 3 rounds before it reaches us?
Maybe one.
Okay.
Okay.
Craig and Margot can act while Chantel is busy banishing the dogs.
Kick some ass with a shotgun.
With unnatural speed, it swirls out of the way, doing barrel rolls in the air, tucking in its wings before extending them out again, flying towards you.
I'll try kicking some ass too. Or wait, I know. Where is... Yeah, okay. I'll try kicking some ass with the rifle.
Okay, you choose one extra effect.
Yeah, I'm gonna take +1 forward.
Sounds good. Your rifle is 3 damage?
Yes, 3 harm.
Alright.
AP, and it's silver and enchanted.
Okay. The two of you fire your weapons up into the sky. Marco, it dodges you, but Craig, your shot hits it in the wing. Splash of blood flies down onto the street below as it lets out a horrible cry. It was aiming towards you, but your shot threw it off course, and instead, in a rage, it turns towards Marco and slashes down. Marco, you're going to take 2 points of harm, as when it passes by the rooftop, it crashes into you and begins gouging at your shoulder. its talons leaving scratches and marks into your clothes. And a bit of blood drops from its talons as it flies up into the air.
Ah, Mother Mary! Ah!
Now it circles around you, close at hand, trying to disorientate you, distract you, confuse you as it passes around.
Ah. Okay.
If I finish banishing the dogs,
Yes.
um,
Would you like to go?
yeah, sorry, I was trying to decide if I was going to protect someone or lay hands on.
Okay.
We were back at the top.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna try to see if I can cast out evil again.
Hey,
Seems to be
it worked before.
it worked it worked before. Try it again. Partial success.
So it might have time to take
Uh,
another action.
So she's gonna turn up so that she's facing towards it again, and this time you guys can make out a few of the different words as she is sort of humming praises and saying that the goodness should be going here. Let us see clearly. So.
Okay. And I'm going to try to help out Craig by drawing the creature's attention so he gets a clean shot.
What are you rolling for that? Does that help out?
Help out, yeah. Okay, I'm not doing particularly good today.
No. And as you try to distract it, it swipes down at you, and you try to roll out of the way. However, it digs its claws into you one last time. And you're going to take another 2 points of harm. But as it's digging into you, it pecks down towards your face, but just before its claw, or right before its beak digs into your eye socket, you see it begin to fade away into nothingness as Chantel stands beside you, banishing it. But the wounds remain.
Burn the luck to stop the damage.
Actually, Chantel's gonna lay her hands on him then and try to heal him. This could backfire badly, by the way.
Well, I'm already in. Yeah. Okay.
So,
You take it onto yourself.
yeah, she'll take 2 onto herself.
So, Marco, you see Chantel. She comes over and puts her hands on you, and then you can see the wounds begin opening up on her shoulders. Bits of blood dripping down from her arm.
Oh, Lass. How on earth do you do that?
Well, it's a little more even now. If messy. She's gonna see if there's something. Can she, like, act cool under pressure to see if there's something that we can use to clean out our wounds and otherwise mend them besides magic?
We can. I will bandage and give y'all first aid, which reduces the injuries by 1 harm.
Okay. Does
Which
any of this?
only works because Chantel took those 2 on herself, so it's no more than 3.
Okay.
But it heals 1 harm for each of us,
Yes.
you said? Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Does that stabilize me?
My previous one did.
Okay.
So if you have... So we just did a healing move. We can also do regular first aid, which I can't
That's what I
remember.
did.
Okay.
Page 123.
Yeah, I'm certain that you have your own equipment for that. So you can reduce harm as well as you can.
Okay. Okay. Ah.
You're left on the rooftop now, and much as it was before, it's silent again, except for the wind.
And I'm going to
Can
use
I-
experienced huntsman because I've seen enough of these creatures that I'm going to try to figure out. Oh, cool.
You're gonna try to figure something out. Once you're done, I
Yeah.
have something too.
Okay. What environment do these monsters prefer to den in?
Craig, you're watching their behavior. You're looking at these things. And the way that they vanish, the way that they disintegrate, and you peer over the edge of the building and you look down to where the blood of the creature that you shot should be, but it's not there. There's no blood on the street. All of this leads you to believe that maybe what you're fighting, maybe it isn't even real. Or maybe it's something that you're perceiving differently. Something might be exerting influence over the city. If that's the case, then they might prefer somewhere with a good view, somewhere that amplifies their power, somewhere that allows them to exert the most influence. You're thinking height is the first thing that comes to your mind without any other information.
Okay. What does the monster feed on?
That is hard to gauge. From what the information that you have right now, I don't think I can give you a reasonable answer for that. Maybe either select a different question or hold it.
Okay, I'll hold it. Let's see, that's experienced huntsman.
Chantal, you had something?
Yes. The first aid, we had some of our blood, right? I'm going to squeeze some of it so that it drops onto the ground and see if we can still see it.
Your blood, yes.
Okay. So it didn't evaporate.
No, your blood seems to still be there, as well as Marco's from the attack.
Okay.
Well, shall we get on to
So,
the hospital?
yeah, someplace tall.
Tall.
Yeah, these critters seem to like to be in places up high. It
Guess
helps
I
them
won't.
somehow. On
Huh.
the map, can we tell? Maybe the hospital's tall for the town.
Do we want
Or
to try to
maybe-
find the highest point?
Sounds reasonable.
Yeah. We'll probably
Is
walk to the
there-
hospital and then discover we have to walk to that apartment complex.
Can we pull
Maybe-
out the map and see if what is the highest point?
I don't think your map would tell you that.
Mm.
Can I use magic to do that?
Wow. Be furthest away from the docks, I think. Wow. Let's head to the hospital. They'll probably have a EMS dispatch service or something. That might have some topographical maps.
Ooh.
Or maybe they'll have a helicopter.
Given that everything else that's flowed in here has not been heard from again, lady, I don't think I want to be trying that.
Continuing on, you climb down from the building and continue your way past.
That was a neat trick you did with the dogs.
The fog seems to deepen, and the voices that you hear in the winds it always seems to grow louder as time passes. Sorry,
I
go
do
ahead.
not suggest that we get lost in the fog. I think we might want to stick close together, but keep our calm. Can we make out any of the voices?
You can make out a few cries, basically wailing and things like that. Maybe read a bad situation.
Okay. Read a bad situation. Okay.
Among the voices, Chantel, you maybe step a few paces behind everyone else, and you listen very carefully. Among the random chatter, the random voices and cries in the fog, one stands out to you. It's distant, very distant, and it seems to be accompanied every now and then by the bark of a dog. But you hear it.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you?
Accompanied by the sound of screeching metal, like something being dragged along the asphalt.
Okay. I'm gonna ask, what is the best way in, basically, to get there? To get where the voice is?
To get to where the voice is, you'll
The best way to get in.
to the hospital or to where this voice is.
To where the voice is.
If you want to find the voice, you would probably want to start heading a little bit south, a little bit southwest, so a little bit past the hospital, seems. As the hospital comes into view in the distance, Horizon Medical, among the streets towards the forest in the city between, you imagine that the voice is coming from that direction.
All right. She's gonna walk back, hold the last question she has, and then go up to the other two and go, well, we might want to continue to the hospital to get better maps or equipment. I think we're going to need to continue out a little further to the south. I hear something that way.
You hear something.
Something.
Yes.
What kind of something, ma'am? More dogs?
Dogs and someone that appears to be looking for someone.
Hmm.
I was
Well.
asking a question that was not quite clear. But I am thinking that might be what we need to banish or seal away in order to clear the skies once more of mist.
Well, good for me. But yes, let's hit the hospital first.
You approach the hospital. You can see outside that similarly to the docks, it seems as though activity just stopped suddenly. There are ambulances sitting out in the middle of the road. All of the electricity around this area seems to have died a little while ago. No lights on anything. The front doors to the hospital, if you check them, they're heavy, and you'll note that there are electronic locks on some of the doors.
Hmm.
If you choose to enter the hospital,
Mm,
If we go in when we come out, we should check to see if any of the ambulances will run.
yeah.
as you push open the doors, you look behind you. It starts to softly rain. Raindrops
Hmm.
patter down on the tops of the ambulances. You can hear the sound of the ringing metal, the rooftop, but you look inside, and the lights seem to be almost completely dead. It's extremely dark in here, and the fog covers the windows so completely that you're almost in perfect darkness. All through the hospital, you can hear strange noises, like the clattering of metal, the beeping of machinery, but anything that you check is dead, and it seems that all of the electricity for this hospital has been killed. You find yourself in the lobby area, the reception, looking among their bags strewn about the floor, as if a busy day was just stopped and everyone disappeared.
Um,
Interesting.
can I try to see if I can cast out evil from the hospital itself?
No,
Okay.
I think that only works for creatures.
Well,
I figured I'd ask to see if like I could cast out the mist,
hmm.
but
Cast out evil.
Oh.
You may banish an
yeah, it's
unnatural
strictly.
creature from your presence. Yeah.
Mm.
Hmm. How many stories is this hospital?
3.
Hmm. So not hugely tall.
Not particularly.
Can we find the I don't know,
This-
like anything that has a map on it that tells us the topographical stuff?
Ah.
Do
I
you want
wonder if the go ahead.
maybe investigate a mystery phone? Or Chantel, sorry.
It's all right. I can change the name if it'll help. Um, so I had oh wait, investigator mystery. I'll roll that. Sure.
Hmm.
I have one held from the other. Partial success. Um, what happened here?
Something is definitely off. You can certainly tell that everything just seemed to have dropped suddenly, as if everyone left behind everything that they were doing. What happened here, it seems that an unnatural force or presence is guiding you in a path. It's trying to maybe show you what happened here. As you investigate, you pass by and you find a set of double doors that head deeper into the hospital. And if you check them, however, the electronic locks keep the door in place. But with the power dead, it doesn't seem to open. But as you're investigating these doors, there's a creaking sound. And Chantel, you notice by the door leading down into a maintenance area, the cat doll that you had attached to you is now sitting by the side of the door that just creaked open.
She's not going to be disturbed by that. She is going to.
I am disturbed by this. Yeah.
She's going to go and be like, "Ah, you've decided to go on your own way," and move towards wherever it is, pick it up again, and stick it under in her belt, and then try to investigate the area right around where it was sitting.
The door that creaked open, you open it up, and it opens up into what seems to be a concrete stairwell that heads down into a maintenance area. Wires and electrical equipment runs up from this concrete hallway up from the wall to the rest of the hospital, and you can make at the bottom it seems to be a maintenance room, engine room, generator room, boilers, things like that.
Hmm.
Um, she's
At
going
least
to.
it's not. At least it's not the sewers. Yet.
Dead.
Are we sure we need to be going down or up? She's going to turn to.
Well, the critters
correct.
seem to like being up high, but
Hmm.
your cat pal seems to want us to go downstairs.
Yeah.
Any idea what sort of cat pal you might have?
I don't know, but I trust that through goodness we will find our own way.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, then let's find it. This place is creeping me out. My flashlight work?
It does.
Good. Let's Head on down.
Can I read a bad situation as we go down?
Certainly.
Ooh.
Okay, you can ask 3 questions. Or hold, or whatever you want to do.
Well, I have 1 hold for my previous one, so I'm going to ask all 3 and keep the other hold. What is my, or are there any dangers that we haven't noticed?
Your instincts tell you that this is a trap. You seem to be guided down here for a purpose, and you're not sure if your little cat doll is malevolent or not. But the door swung open and invited you inside. And you get the sense that if you go down there, there's a chance you might not come out.
Hmm. Okay. And what is the biggest threat?
The biggest threat would be to go down there and maybe not be able to restore electricity before you're cornered and torn apart.
Okay. What is the best way? Can I replace victims with my party? What is the best way to protect my party?
The best way would be to immediately barricade the door behind you until you get the electricity back and running.
Okay, she's going to turn around and go, "One moment, gentlemen. I think we might want to block off this area and turn on the electricity as soon as possible. Light will show us the true way."
Mm.
And
Be
then she will pick
nice
up
if
the cat doll, flick it on the nose like a bad cat, and then stick it back in her thing.
Well, ma'am, it'd be nice if that light was a welding torch to weld the door shut with.
Mm.
At the
Do we have
bottom
anything
of the
to?
at the bottom of the stairs, there's another door. If you were to check in around, there would be either equipment or cabinets, things like that, that you could use to barricade the door from below.
Okay, I was gonna try to use magic, but
Or you could use magic.
it says to trap a specific person, monster, or minion. I would just maybe be able to trap it
Trap
in there,
yourselves.
right?
Yeah.
Well, I
Well,
meant to
if we're
barricade them out. To place a portal or something, yeah. To place a
wouldn't-
bar or portal to a specific person or type of creature. To keep the evil
is
out.
not us a type of creature?
You are a type of creature.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Yeah,
use
but is
magic, but you
not
can.
us.
All right, I'm gonna roll magic. Everyone else can roll whatever they want. Ew. Imperfect. Um.
So, at the bottom of the stairs, if you open up the door, it's a very heavy door. You look around and you find yourself in the boiler room for the hospital. Towards the back, using your light, Connor, you can see the series of equipment that make up emergency generators for the hospital. As the heavy door slams shut behind you, you turn and begin using magic to try to hold the door shut.
I'll start working on the generator.
As soon as you start approaching it, Chantal, you hear a clanging sound until eventually there's a heavy force that pushes into it. Go ahead and make an act under pressure roll, Marco. You rolled
Come on.
twice, so
Okay, yeah, it's not showing rolling for me, so.
Yeah, I don't see anything from him either.
I don't either.
that's weird.
Huh. Very weird. Oh,
now I see it.
see it.
All
Now I
right, so
see 3.
so maybe Zarok is not exactly the most stable. We'll stick to Nagrok and use this as a backup.
Okay.
Do you want to switch over now? Is it an issue?
Yep, we can keep going here for now,
Yeah.
All right.
unless
If
it
it can.
starts making worse.
All right.
All right, so I missed
Yeah, your first one was a miss.
racking up the experience.
You're almost ready to take a point, right?
Almost.
You have
Chantel,
one more miss, right?
you can hear from the other side of the door. Now you can tell that there's a heavy force being thrown against it, and clawing sounds, scratching sounds, and there's voices.
You can trust the doctor. Dr. Jones will take care of you. The doctor will see you now.
These
Chantel's
voices
gonna
coming
go,
through the door.
I don't trust any doctors. Why would I trust any of these? She's gonna
I'm gonna-
continue to try to do the magic to hold it in place, so I'm busy.
I'm going to try to help out Chantel.
Okay.
Not sure how to help her.
I think maybe just to help out,
Okay.
as she's magically holding the door. That's 2 partial successes. That works for me. Marco, do you want to try again? Act under pressure.
Yeah. Oh, for heaven's sake.
Chantel's going to be like, I think you might have chosen the wrong person to help.
Yeah.
And
Unfortunately, Chantel, as Marco fumbles around with the electrical equipment trying to get the generator back online, the door bursts open as you and Craig try to hold it shut. You're flung backwards a little bit from the force. And especially you, Craig, you're knocked backwards as the magical barrier that Chantel was trying to maintain breaks. The door opens up, and you can see 3 shadowy figures. They stand there, and even in the darkness, you can tell that these don't seem to have a corporeal form. They're vaguely in the shape of female nurses, but their eyes, instead, are large round holes that you can see clearly through. And when they open their mouths, they speak in that high-pitched, strained voice. Shadowy monsters. You push yourself up, and they stand before you, and they repeat the same words.
Dr. Jones is ready for you, dear. Dr. Jones will see you now. The doctor will take care of you. You're safe now.
But you seem to be anything but.
Ma'am, if you want to try to dispel these, I'm going to try shooting it just in case, but I reckon you might do better.
Chantel will step back and try to just cast out evil.
One of the nurses of the 3, you brandish your light and flash it, and Craig, in the light of the banishment, you almost see the shadow give away to a real figure underneath. But it's instant and fades away quickly. One of the nurses fades away, disintegrates much like the dogs did before.
And I'll shoot the next one.
Okay. You take a point of harm as one of the nurses lunges forward, and it seems to draw a shadowy syringe from its body and jabs it forward, digging it into your arm. But as it does so, you fired your high-powered rifle into it.
Mm.
The shadow blasts away. Yeah, in it. The shadow blasts away, but then reforms quickly. Seems to still be on its feet, but you can see that the shimmering shadow of it is flickering, almost as if it's struggling to maintain its form.
Marco, lights would be helpful.
I'm working on it.
Act under pressure.
Act under pressure. Okay, let me just
We'd like to
Let's-
postpone our appointment.
just a wee bit. That's cool, isn't it? Because I hit 5 on experience, so I can go ahead and level up, can't I?
I think so.
Okay, then I'm gonna take a +1 to cool.
Yeah, make this
I wonder
work.
why.
I wonder why.
I'm getting a crash
Choice-
course in electrical engineering.
Getting better.
Partial success. Marco, you're finally now starting to get this running as the fight breaks out behind you. You think in a turn, or in 2 turns, 2 actions, we should say, you'll have the lights back on.
Ah,
Chantel and Craig.
Chantel is going to try to turn to the other one and goes, I would like to postpone our appointment indefinitely and try to cast out evil.
Oh, well, that's amazing. Hey, I really like Anna's idea there.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Marco, if you want to turn the lights on right now after
Yeah.
Chantel's move, you will just take a point of harm to yourself as you're haphazardly doing it. You shock yourself.
I'll do it.
All right,
Lights on.
Chantel, one of them screeches and runs towards you, but you raise a hand, and again the blast of light fills the boiler room. You see it screech and then fade away into blackness. And then suddenly, the lights turn on. The shadowy figures disappear, and you're left in the boiler room as power begins ringing out, lighting up in the hospital.
I think I might, in the future, classify boiler rooms as dishonorably sewers.
Dishonorably sewers?
I can't say it's honorable or...
Hmm.
Ma'am, could I get your help with the bandage on this arm?
Would you like me to make sure that you're not poisoned as well or something?
That might be a good idea.
So,
The
I'm trying
first
to
aid
check.
part is just right. There's no roll. It's just first aid.
oh, okay.
You should do Marco too for checking for poison.
It's for mine. It's illness or whatever. So, harm or illness
Oh, to heal?
for the heal thing. How injured are you?
Oh, it was 1 point of harm, so the first aid took care of it.
Okay. I'll walk over to Marco as well and check him.
Luckily, you're in a hospital, so you can pick out medical bandages, gauze, things like that.
How healed are we going to be? Because I currently have 1 harm still from the previous one.
You can only heal
Feel like
from
that
this
would
encounter, I think.
Okay. So
Yeah.
from this encounter,
Okay, so gave me one back. Good. Thank you, lass.
I think my lay on hands might heal more than the one encounter. It doesn't sound like it does, but it could be really bad for me
Yeah.
or for them. Okay,
I'm
so
going
we've
to
done for
and I'm gonna investigate this mystery a little.
As you're doing that, up the stairs, deeper in the hospital, you hear music.
Is it creepy music or good music?
Tell me for yourself. Craig, you're investigating?
Yeah, what sort of creature is this?
Your theory that this is a figment or something like it is holding up. You've seen now dogs with splitting faces, birds with rib cages poking out of them, and now shadowy nurses that are coaxing you to see the doctor. This is almost psychological. This is something affecting perception. You're not sure that anything that you fought is even real or what it is.
Yes, nice as the little Mrs. skills are there, it does make it hard to take a trophy back.
You mean that because you like putting things up on the wall, the rest of us find that slightly distasteful?
Mm. Since we're in the boiler room, is there a foreman's office or head of maintenance or something like that?
There's a small little, janitor's office down here.
Hmm.
And my other question, what is being concealed here?
A conspiracy? You think that
Conspiracy.
there is some kind of attachment to this place? Concealed is almost hard to say it. You were guided here from the start to see something, to find something. A little bit of looking around, and you might find it.
Guess it's time to go back upstairs and look for more stuff.
Yep.
If you do so, the double doors that were previously electronically locked are now open. There's a green light at the top. You can slide them open, and the lights flicker on down the hallways as you can see patients' rooms on either side. There's a stairwell that you can head up to the second floor, because you can hear that the music seems to be coming from that direction.
Um,
Ah. Well, will we
As
go
you...
and... Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead, man.
So we're going to go check the creepy music out, or are we going to do anything else?
Let's check the creepy music out.
I don't know.
we
Well-
apparently got rid of the nurses, but apparently there was a doctor as well.
Well,
Good point.
that doesn't seem to be quite true, because as you come up to the second floor, much like the visions that you had on the dock, but now everybody can seem to see them, there are flashes before you of the same shadowy figures like the nurses, but they seem to be almost at work. They're checking charts. You see one is pushing a shadowy looking wheelchair down the hall with a slumped over figure in them. You can look into the patient's rooms and you can see that there are shadowy figures laying on the bed, hunched over, gripping, seemingly, a loved one's hand as they pass away. Other shadowy doctors standing there breaking the news to shadowy figures, and you see flashes of this like freeze frames every now and then as you walk. But they don't seem to attack you or register you.
Are they as creepy as the nurses were?
They seem to be the same type of being.
It's creepy enough for me.
But you can pass them. And as you do, you get closer and closer to where you hear the music coming from. You find an office towards the back. The door is closed, but there's a name panel on it for Dr. Reed Jones. Door seems locked.
Are we sure we want to be doing this?
Will the information help us?
Ooh.
I'm gonna knock on the door.
Nothing.
It was worth a try.
I'll burgle the door.
Okay.
Burgle the door.
Must be. It's one of his moves.
Oh well.
Your
Yeah.
lockpick snaps.
Damn it. More cursing.
Chantel is going to turn to him and go, "Good thoughts, good words, good deeds."
Oh, lass. None of those apply to me.
This will help you. Yes?
Oh, deep breath, deep breath.
It's the three-way path, or threefold path to Asha.
Would you like to try again?
I'll try again, because the only other option is to
Act under pressure.
shoot the lock out. Yeah.
There's
There you
other
go.
ways to open
Ooh.
doors.
You dig
Right.
your broken lockpick out of the hole and try again.
All right.
The
So
door clicks open and the handle is there.
So I want to get in. So I get pick 3. Nice. Get in undetected.
Getting
We
undetected.
knocked on the door.
As if you reach for the handle,
Hmm.
you hear a voice from the other side. Yes, my dear, come in.
Well, so much for that.
Sounded distant.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure I appreciate people calling us my dear.
I've already
Mhm.
knocked on the door. It might be
Yeah.
just on autoplay like the other visions, but we can
And
hear
that-
this one. Well, no,
and
we can
then-
hear the.
Find what I'm after, which is this music, apparently.
Yeah, I'll answer that one once you open the door, if you're going in.
Okay. Yeah, go in.
As soon as the door clicks open, the music stops. You open the door, you can see an office. There are medical books strewn about the floor. Past that, you can see a large window with the fog outside and the rain pattering. The rain seems to be picking up now. But in the center of the room, there's a tipped over chair, and hanging from the ceiling is a dead man. A man in a doctor's coat. He's hanging from the neck, dead.
I
It'd
would
be
like to.
creepier if he weren't.
A painting
invest-
in the back corner.
I'd like to investigate a mystery.
Okay. Khan, do you want to hop over into GM chat right now?
Sure.
So, real quick, you've been wandering through the city, and you may have stopped by an apartment building. In this apartment building, you found it's more that you've been guided. There's some force that's guiding you through this city. You investigated one apartment that you were guided to, the Maybell residence, and you found that their daughter, Lana Maybell, has been seeing this Dr. Jones in this hospital for brain issues like seizures and things like that. Given no other leads, you've been heading to the Horizon Hospital, although that you found that the door has already been opened and the lights have turned on as you were approaching the building. You heard music and followed it, and when you feel like it, you can come into this room that they're investigating. I would do it as you have been wandering around in the city for several hours, and it has driven you to as close as paranoid panic as your character would get. Maybe draw a gun on them, come in a violent or aggressive way until you get a handle on yourself. Does that work for you?
Works for me.
Okay. I'm back.
Okay.
So,
Okay. I'm back too, sorry.
Chantal, your investigate a mystery did not seem to go very well.
Okay. Sorry if I rolled it twice. I'm not seeing it being
Oh,
rolled at all.
I saw that you rolled it once and you got a miss.
Okay. I will record my miss.
Mm-hmm.
Miss, what were you trying to figure out?
I was trying to figure out if he killed himself or was killed by someone else, among other things. But can you delete the second roll of my thing because it showed up twice?
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's taking Khan out.
I'm back
Here.
in now. Just hang on a second.
Okay. If it kicks you out again, we'll switch over to Nagrok. We're using a different client. Doesn't seem very stable.
Yeah, it's saying something about it seems you're using 3D dice for the first time. There's some like dice setting stuff beyond that.
You should be able to just cancel out of that. So inside of
Just
this
ignore it, it'll scroll off.
inside of this doctor's office, you can see scattered books, paintings on the wall, the desk, the window behind, and of course the corpse hanging from the ceiling.
How do I access my character? Sorry.
Go to actors, and
Oh,
you
there we
should
go.
see
Never mind.
Lucius.
Yeah, it popped up. Found it. We're all good.
Anybody doing anything?
Can I ask for my information? Can the three other people in the game explain to me what they look like and roughly what they'd be doing in the room?
Alright.
I don't know what any of y'all look like at the moment. Can you describe what your
Right.
characters look like?
I'm
Yes.
in safari gear with a pith helmet of indeterminate age, and I am about to investigate a mystery for my friend Chantel.
Okay.
Chantel is wearing what looks like secondhand holy robes. She is fairly thin with her dark hair and blazing eyes that appear unnatural. And she sort of both stands out, but in a way that you can't quite tell why. Even though she's wearing like older, like it's almost secondhand clothing or secondhand robes.
Cool.
And Marco's the opposite of that. Marco is, you would lose him in a crowd in an instant. He's so nondescript. It's like he doesn't exist until you see his eyes, his happy, smiley eyes. But beyond that, just kind of average clothes, casual.
All right. So I would go ahead and say that for you, Todd, when your boy approaches
Craig.
when Craig approaches the scene, you guys all hear a gun cock from outside the room. And you hear a very haggard voice saying, "Now look, friend. I don't want to be rude about this, but I'm tired of walking around this fucking city and having any of my leads taken away. Pull your hands down. Now."
Whoa, look, hold on. Who are you?
Wait, I recognize that voice. And you watch as an orb agent who you've probably only seen occasionally walks around the corner. He's wearing a full three-piece suit that's been fully unbuttoned, revealing a vest that has also been unbuttoned so you can see the underwaistcoat. He's got pretty much fully silver hair that just kind of spikes up at the top of his head, and he's got very thin, pale skin with kind of a deep azure purple eyes. This is Lucius Carmora, one of the face agents who you have either worked with or seen on jobs for Orb at different times. And he's got you guys at gunpoint.
Oh, slow down. Weapon down.
The radio shorts the
Wait.
crackle and the music starts up again.
Oh, good fucking God. And you see Lucius just kind of turns the gun out into the hallway. Oh, Lord. You're Orb, right?
Yes,
Hi.
we are. Are you Lucius? We
Yes,
were told you were in here.
Yes, I'm the face that was sent in before you all. He kind of gets himself under control and steps into the room, kind of putting the gun away. And you've apparently already found my doctor. Of course he's dead.
Your doctor?
I've been here for several hours now, fellow huntsman. Suffice to say that I found very little as I walk around this ghost of a place. There's not much to find, frankly. I'm not sure what you have. But there was a woman named Maybelle who was apparently seeing a Dr. Jones in this specific hospital. That was the last lead I was able to dig up, so that's why I'm here.
You
Suffice to s-
spoke to another living person?
Faust, did I speak to someone about this, or did I just
You
find
would
it in a book
have,
somewhere?
yes. And when you investigated the apartment behind the counter, there was a nice little old blind lady named Marjorie that you met. She hadn't been out of her apartment in several days, and she was a little curious as to why nobody came to help her with their groceries like they usually do. But you talked to her a little bit and convinced her to let you up into the apartment to investigate the Maybelle residence.
Look, I spoke to an old blind woman, and I was able to use my wit, my guile, to get myself into her apartment. I honestly believe that she hasn't left her domicile since before whatever started, and that's the only reason that she wasn't taken by it. Something obviously affected this place and affected anyone who was outside, but she's the only person that I've seen. And she was very confused and concerned as to why no one had come to check on her, as she relies on individuals helping her in certain ways.
Outside or blind?
I'm thinking
Ma'am?
blind.
You're
Is
thinking
she
blind. Why would you be thinking blind?
Because look at the hospital. This is the
One
first
moment.
corpse we've encountered.
Really? Just the doctor?
Unless you left another one. Did you happen to kill the friendly lady who was helping you?
No,
Chantel has
I
taken
didn't.
an instant dislike to your character.
I did nothing to kill anyone, my dear. I do not work in blood. That's not what I do for Orb. I am a face. I am here to make friends and to ensure that our organization is well received when people who come in after me, like you, are arrived. However, as you can see, there's no one for me to bloody talk to, so my services have been less than useful.
Ah, well,
You
with a
had at
gun.
least one person to talk to.
There's nothing
But-
that I've been able to do. I haven't been able to communicate with anyone here. None of the magic that I'm using, none of the spells that I use. I look around the city and I just see nobody.
Wow. I'll cut the doctor down.
Well, before you do that,
Mhm.
oh, Faust, did you see the roll?
I did.
What happened?
You got a 12. So,
Oh, cool. I can't see.
Oh,
It
Will,
hasn't showed up yet.
would you guys like to switch? This is maybe becoming an issue.
I'm confused at why it's working so well and then it not working at all. Like, the music was fine.
Yeah, I don't know. You got a 12 there.
Okay. Then, what happened here?
This doctor, there's a note buried among his documents. You have to sift through a couple of papers, but you can read it. I've made a grave mistake. I was weak. I'm so sorry. I took the money. It was just supposed to be, God help me, orphans. Just the ones that they picked off the street that no one looked after. I did what they said. I performed the procedures. But God help me, it was never supposed to be like this. And when she came and begged me for her child, I had to send her away. Because I had already sent the girl off. God help me, I was weak. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Lana. I'm so sorry. And it scrolls off, repeating the same phrases over and over again. And you can see patches of dry, wet marks where apparently tears had fallen.
I'd like to use magic and try to see if I can have, or unless, wait, Todd, did you want to go?
What is being concealed here?
You push the paper aside, and you examine the room again. As Marco climbs up to start working to lower the doctor down, you turn, and for some reason, you get the feeling to pull the painting off of the wall. And as you do, you can look in and see a safe there.
Ooh. Marco, when you're done with that body, I believe we have something more along your line here.
Ah. Not your standard medical equipment, I see.
Radio shorts out again.
Is there an actual physical radio in the
Radio?
room
There
that's
is.
doing this?
Yes, there's a
Okay.
radio on his desk. It's crackling and seems to break in and out at random intervals.
Can I turn it off?
Sure,
I mean, what
Okay.
happens when I turn the power off on it?
it turns off.
Is everybody okay with that being off?
I
The power or the radio?
The radio,
Oh.
ma'am.
Hmm.
unless you can get something good on it.
Do you believe that
Oh.
we're getting pertinent information from the broadcasts?
No.
Well, then please turn it off.
I just in case the little lady there thought maybe it was keeping the nurse creatures peaceful, because we ran into some of those downstairs while the power was off, and they were creepy, nasty, and left no trophies.
Nurse creatures. Could you elaborate, please?
Well, you see out there where you've got the things that mostly look like nurses doing nursing tasks every now and again.
No, I definitely came in the back doors, my hunting friend. I did not see any nurses.
You're lucky.
We'll show them to you on the way out.
I'd rather not see them again.
Yeah, from the sounds of it, I would prefer not to seeing them. I doubt my skills would be of use, just unless we're going to burn them with magic or something of the like.
Well, if you see a bunch of nurses headed your way, screaming about needing to see the doctor, feel free to try your magic on them.
Mm.
And, absolutely, we'll see how things go.
I feel like someone is a little more sinister. He might fit in with the nurses.
You mean myself?
Perhaps, sir.
Mayhaps, yes. But like I said, my skill set isn't for the blood and guts, as they would so say. And he gestures around the room to the scene.
I'll pop open the safe.
What you see inside are, well, first off, you see 2 large stacks of money. If you flip a hand through them, this looks to be about $5,000 in each stack, about $10,000 in total.
I took the money all right.
But there are other things as well, and what primarily stands out to you is towards the back of the safe is the little cat plush. And it's gripping something between its little paws. It has a vial of some sort of liquid. It's blackish with tints of red inside. There's also notes. If you peer through the notes, one of them marks a location that a mysterious figure with no name ordered the doctor to transport his patient out into the woods. It seems to be like a listening post or some sort of outpost tower out in the forest to the southwest.
Gonna make a wild guess and go, is it to the south where Miss Chantel heard the voice?
And there's one more note. Yes, Craig. And there's one more note. This
Okay.
the procedure may have unexpected effects. If so, consume this, although the effects may not be resisted for long given the power that is used.
Lass,
No.
is your little toy doll still on your belt?
No, it is not.
Chantel's
need
gonna
to-
be like, no, it is just trying to help us into another trap.
Well, I'll let you deal with it. And
Um,
then share the notes.
she's gonna like carefully investigate a. Can I investigate a bad situation or read a bad situation for the vial?
Sure.
I don't trust that it's good. Partial success.
You go, one question.
Okay. One question. What is the best way to protect the victims?
There is one dose in this vial, Chantel. You think that, given the worst of situations, drinking this will allow someone to see past the fog, see what is really occurring. But as the note states, this may not last very long. It is not a cure. It is a if you need it.
Chantel's gonna go, I actually, and go, thank you, and put the plushie back into her belt, and then take the vial and go, we actually might have found something useful. It just depends which person wants to take the risk and when it's worth it.
Interesting. Well, I suppose that's a boon, at least.
Ah, so you're the volunteer to take it
No,
when
no,
the time
but
comes.
we shall have to see.
She's going to put the vial in one of her pockets, I guess, unless someone else wants to carry it.
I'm
Yeah,
fine
well-
with you hanging on to it, ma'am.
Lucius is definitely not offering to hold on to it.
And I think Marco might think that it's not interesting enough. Daz, you're muted.
Oh,
You rolled
Well,
investigate a
Marco.
mystery?
yeah, I'm gonna check the Dr. Jones's body itself. See if he's got a cell phone, something like that.
Well, funnily enough, if you check his body, a deep investigation would have revealed the combination to his safe on a piece of paper.
Amateur, you don't write it down.
Hmm. But aside from that, you only find his identification and his wallet, a couple $100 in it.
Hmm. Foolish man. Well, shall we head out? Find this poor girl he experimented on.
Yeah, I would like that. Yes, the woman who I spoke to was concerned, to say the least. And
You
I am
said-
as well, considering this.
You said that she was unaffected and she was blind, yes?
It seemed that way, yes. She, in fact, was ignorant of anything that had been occurring within the city. I was stunned, to say the least, but after she spoke enough, I believed her. She hadn't left her home in quite some time.
Is there an area on the hospital floor where there might be blind people?
There might be wards that handle that sort of thing.
I would like to check for one. First, do I need to investigate a mystery or something?
You
Or
can
no?
investigate a mystery if you want. Well, to answer your question, a more thorough search of the hospital won't really turn up too much more. You seem to have found what you've been guided here to find.
And that looks higher. Well, what do y'all say? We take an ambulance, head out.
Considering
Perhaps
I've
for
seen
the
so... so few people, going loud doesn't seem to be an issue. No, I would agree.
You can drive an ambulance without making it loud. I would
Well,
not mind a chance to meditate.
it is more the sense that we're a very large moving vehicle in a place where there's not a lot of movement. But I see what
Yeah.
you mean.
Chantel is going to try to be shutting her eyes randomly and see if she notices anything different when she's walking with her eyes closed.
No, you don't
Okay.
notice anything different. But as you head out of the hospital to go check on the ambulances, we can go ahead and take a quick break here.
Okay, we'll run the
Sounds
dog
good.
out.
Thank y'all. Be right back.
All right.
Thank you. Be right back.
So how did the inking go?
Oh, it went well. Yeah, no, I'm currently in that like my have you ever gotten a tattoo before?
No.
The best way I can describe it is well, after you just get one, it feels like a fresh sunburn.
Okay.
And that's the stage that I'm in right now. But unfortunately, the thing that I can never stop happening is that when I'm in pain or nervous or anything like that, I sweat.
Mm,
And I was a
mm.
sweaty fucking mess sitting on that table for the 2 hours to
Oh,
finish up the coloring. So
wow.
I've got the second skin on right now, which is like
Mm.
completely changed the game on how they heal. And you know, my
Oh,
sister used to have to do the old Saran wrap, you know, method, but now you just have the second skin sits on you for a couple days. You take it off,
oh,
sometimes reapply it. It's real nice.
oh, cool.
In terms of stuff that has happened, is there anything very specific you would want me to be aware of, or like in for game wise, like
Always,
guys got attacked by someone? It sounds like.
yeah, we got attacked by some dogs and a crow,
Okay,
which weren't dogs or a crow.
gotcha.
And then when we were in the hospital, we were attacked by basically nurse wraiths.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, it's fun because Faust, when he wrote up the write up, I was like, you know what? I haven't seen anyone play a fairly manipulative character in Monster
Ooh,
because none of you guys have gone for it. So this character's fully built towards manipulating people, and I
ooh.
don't. I'm
I
very
don't have anyone to manipulate.
yeah. I might have made the very wrong choice in not realizing where this story thread was going. But yeah, so the actual like, 'cause I can never not make a build even for games like this. My character can use magic to be able to communicate with anyone he doesn't share a language with.
Mm,
And for any normal human, he has an ability called Mental Dominion because he's part Fey.
ooh,
So if he can look you in the eyes and make a proper charm roll on you, then he can just give you a command, and as long as he's not telling you to hurt yourself, you do it.
oh.
So like that was one of the aims of the character, but I'm loving being so fish out of water because basically Lucius has been walking around unable to do anything he normally
Anything.
does, and he's so frazzled and so freaked out, being like, I can't manipulate anybody. What is happening in this place?
I'm sorry if you felt like you made a character that wasn't suited for it.
No, 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 Faust. Again,
Yeah,
I'm not saying it's on you. It's legitimately as soon as we started and you were describing the kind of mystery you were presenting, it's so perfect to throw my guy fish out of water because he's not great at investigating stuff. He's not great at shooting guns. He's not very tough at all. He's really good at talking to people. So it's so fish out of water. It'll
thrown
be
into
great
the
fun.
city with no people in it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So like the only person that he's met was a person he didn't even have to manipulate. Like he barely even had to try, and she let him up into the apartment. So
She
he's
was a
just like
Mm,
very, she was a very sweet old lady. You know, it's, oh,
totally.
nobody's been here to see see me in days. If nobody comes by to help me get my groceries, I might run out of food in my fridge.
And
mm,
she's literally Lucius's kryptonite because he can't look into her eyes. She's blind. He can't
mm,
use his dominion on her. So like,
Mhm.
it's everything is so perfect for playing completely out of character for this hunter. And like I said, when it comes to one shots, I don't really believe in characters lasting more than one. If they do, it's fun.
mm.
If not, I love trying to come up with a cool, interesting concept that'll hit for an hour, 2 or 3 hours, and then just be done. That's why I love one shots.
Something, so like things that you would have noticed when you investigated the apartment. Like I said, the Lisa Maybell and Lana Maybell were living there, and there were medical records for Lana Maybell. While you were in there, fitting along with everybody else's kind of experiences so far, when you were in there, you would have heard on the floor up sounded like like a domestic dispute of like a man and a woman yelling at each other, and you would hear like crying in the background and a loud dog barking on the floor above. But if you were to climb those stairs and check the room above, it would have been empty.
Yeah, no, he definitely would have done that. And anytime you give even a hint of a person to Lucius, he's going to be latching onto it, and partially
Mhm.
because he's feeling a little bit under the weather because he's an actual Fae, and part of his deal is that he influences people. So when he can't work his magic, he feels weird. So like the entire setting, the entire one shot has my character completely backfooted. I love it. It's great.
Yeah, you would have like kicked in the door. You would have been hearing the voices like through the door, but when he kicked it open, you would have just found like an empty apartment.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I imagine like Lucius would have even tried to like pick the door first and do the other things he normally does, try the old credit card trick. Nothing's working, so he has to rely on like 3 kicks to finally get it open, and
Mhm.
then there's nothing. Like fuck.
Yeah, he's just having a really bad day.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like he looks like a really winnowy elf-like Fae, except the only thing that you guys haven't seen is the claws come out or his eyes turn completely black when he starts to charm a person.
Mhm.
Might be opportunities. We'll see.
And again, even if he's just in the background being, as Anna described him, sinister, because he's 100% sinister, he's a Fae. Like,
Mhm.
Anna's character is a Zoroastrian divine, so
love it, love
she
it.
like
Worshiping the, I love so.
immediately like sees you and is like, nope, I don't like that.
No, no, it makes perfect sense too. Like Anna having that reaction because he's off-putting when he's not in character and trying to charm you because you just sense that like this person's a sleazeball. Why am I talking to them?
Mhm.
Like,
Oh yeah.
okay, I am gonna dip down and grab a drink. Beer back.
Okay, doke.
Who?
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Ba-da-ba-da, da-da-da, da-da-da.
I have to say, you picked really creepy music for
I
even the
love that
non.
song.
Okay,
That's
maybe it's just the static sound also
yeah.
playing, and
That's
then
that's Fascination from the video game Lies of P.
okay, well,
It's plays like during one of my favorite boss fights of the game, and I don't know, it stuck with me. It's like a brain worm.
okay, well, I'm just gonna tell you,
Is it great?
it falls into the creepy category for me at this moment because of this is my exposure to it.
Heck yeah. Mission
Mhm.
accomplished.
Mission accomplished. We're done. Game over.
Game over, man. Game over.
How was your tattoo?
It was good. Yeah, no. 2 hours of what I expected. Some rough areas that she had to go over, really tender skinned, but overall it looks really good now that it's all come together. I'm wrapped up right now, and as I told Daz, if you've never had one before, it feels like a very fresh sunburn. So I'm trying not to put too much, pressure on it, while at the same time not, sitting with no shirt on in my apartment freezing. So
How cold is it there?
I live with radiator heating, and because the rad heating can't be turned to a certain degree, you either have it on or off. Right now,
Mm.
I have a window open and the rad heating on, but Winnipeg doesn't warm up very fast. We're still sitting at like -1, 0 degrees right now Celsius, which is uh, pretty chilly Fahrenheit wise. I think that's like 15, 20.
Yeah,
Yep.
below freezing.
Exactly. So I'm getting hit with a little gust of air right now, so I have to keep something over top of it and keep me wrapped up, or else I'll just start to shiver and fucking freeze.
32
Yeah, it's
degrees.
like
Nope.
Yeah, it's not super nice where I am right now. The only thing I know about Fahrenheit is that like 60 degrees, can you correct me if I'm wrong, 60, 70 is fairly pleasant. And then
Mm.
like for some people, they're totally fine getting into like 90, 95. I know in the South in like Texas and Louisiana, like that shit gets fucking hot. Like
I
it's
would
it's
freeze to
hot.
death in Canada.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
what I've heard. I've heard a lot of people who come from the US South can't imagine like -40 is when you can throw water into the air and it turns into ice crystals. We get
I
that pretty regularly.
I can imagine it. I just don't want to. Oh boy. Okay.
Well, like one of the things I always tell people is that like every place, has the kind of weather that some person might absolutely despise, and I know that like the wet heat that Florida and the south of the US has
Mm.
makes me want to like climb out of my skin. I hate it so much.
That's fair.
I can understand that. I'm not really the person that has that problem as much, but
No,
I
I
can
totally get it.
understand it.
I know some people who would love living in Texas. I have a friend who lives in Winnipeg. He says that his favorite would be California because California has that solid, weather. It's the same thing all the time, like it's just warm.
And that actually bothers some people too,
Totally.
because
Yep.
not having seasons means that it's very hard to track time,
Totally.
and
My
it's yeah.
my my partner, soon to be wife, she loves like all the seasons, and Winnipeg is one of those places that gets that. We just get a lot of extremes. So like I grew up getting every season and every type of weather, so I'm used to everything, but I can't tolerate an extreme for an extended period of time, is the way I describe it.
Hmm. Okay.
Like Jamaica was very fun for the week that we were there, but if I had stayed
Mm.
for a month, I'm not sure that wet heat I would have lived, because like I basically had to be slightly drunk with the entire time I was in Jamaica to be able to manage that heat, like just a little bit buzzed.
Hey, they do that there too.
Yeah, I'm aware.
All
And
right.
that's the thing, is that like I don't, it just I've worked with people who came over. I work with a guy from Nigeria right now, and even if it's like, like sweat, like it's so fucking hot in the warehouse as we're all working, you look over and he's fully done up, he's in like a full, he's barely even
Oh,
breaking
oh
a
God.
sweat, And you're just like, how do you do that? And he's like, dude, this is nothing. Like, I used to work outside in this weather back in Nigeria. Like, this is nothing.
Yeah. All right.
Let's get back to it. As the others pointed out, Lucius, if you follow them out towards the front, you receive flashes of these shadowy figures. They seem to be nurses, doctors, patients. It's like they're going about normal life or daily life. But you only see flashes of them, like still frames, every little bit. And they don't seem to notice you or mind you as you pass out until you're outside. And you can hear the falling rain.
Faust, for my character specific kind of type, is there anything that looks like there's a remainder of their humanity? Like, is there any part of them that looks human still?
There does seem to be. Yes, in this occasion, they seem to be like memories or figments. If you were foolhardy enough to touch one, your hand would pass through. But if Craig, you managed to get firsthand look and touch one, and they felt real enough until they faded away in the light. So, seems inconsistent a little bit. These ones that you see in your flashes seem to be just figments, memories, or a projection of some sort.
All right. This is just who in the party thinks that they have good hearing.
Most of us.
Like,
think
what's your sharp rating? Is what I'm asking.
Oh,
Mm.
+3.
Okay, so you definitely hear.
Plus
I'm a
one.
hunter.
Okay, so Craig, you hear Lucius muttering to himself in a language that do you speak fairy, like Fae?
No.
Okay, it's a very musical sounding language, but he's like muttering himself to himself in a way where you could visibly see that he's getting like more and more panicked as time is going on.
Lucius, if you know what's going on here, I reckon the rest of us wouldn't mind knowing more details.
It's not that. Huntsman, it's not that. I am truly curious as to why I am here. I'm not saying why you are here, why I am here. I am confused as to what the leadership of Warp thought I would contribute while I was here, considering the situation. You see him kind of glance around. I am what they call in our organization a people person. How many people have you seen, Greg?
Depends on how you define it. I've known plenty of people that weren't people.
And it's not necessarily Orb. They didn't know what's going on here either.
You say that, but
Yeah.
I've worked for this organization for a very long time. And sometimes they, well, let's just say that they make decisions that I wouldn't agree with. They send people in blindly to test the waters, if you will. And I am currently feeling like a piece of meat that has been dangled out. Suffice to say, this place is almost like my, well, have you ever heard of that character, Superman?
I
Well, I'm sure that you understand what I say. This place feels like my kryptonite.
don't sweat the orb part too much. I believe Chantel gave them their biggest warning of what was going on here. And I don't think she had too many details, because she's wandering through the fog, look around at the fog, as it were with the rest of us.
All right, look, as soon as we see a person, if you see a person, if you see someone that looks human, that can respond, that we can speak to, please
Hi.
allow
Well,
me to use my
We'll
skills.
let you know.
Please do.
Yep.
But if you don't, and he draws his pistol and kind of takes a step behind you guys, I'll just be at the back here, making sure that I'm not the first person getting, hit, as it's not really my speciality. And
Unless it's coming from behind.
well, then I'll certainly get for hit first there, Craig. But for now, I'm going to back up here and hope that we find someone that I can manipulate, because I'm starting to get a little bit concerned.
Unlike
Perhaps you should-
Chantel, who decided she didn't like Lucius, Craig is just amused.
Mhm.
Chantel is going to turn to Lucius and go, maybe if you practiced not manipulating people, they would find a better use for you.
Yes, and I'm sure if you grab a knife and use it like a hammer, that's a good use for it as well.
Ah, I see that you have stuck on violent items for your comparisons. How quaint.
Yes, of course, because that is a symbol of an individual. Can we please move and get out of this city before it kills us all?
Let's see if any of these
Ambulances have a key in it.
ambulances. Well, people just disappeared. The ones at the loading dock should have them because they have to move them.
Yeah.
Absolutely, or there should be some sort of office where we can find a rack.
We
Hop
tried
in
that
and-
once.
Lord, good.
So hop in and get one of these ambulances running.
Okay.
Faust, as we're walking towards the ambulance area, before we go in, I would like to use magic if I can. I'm trying to observe another place or time, and I'd just like to peek into the area before we walk in physically.
Okay.
That's funny.
All right, let's see if this works, because he has a very good use magic, but I haven't been seeing anybody's dice rolling except for Chantal, and that was 38 minutes ago, so.
Yeah, this client's messy. You got a 7.
Ooh, just barely. So yeah, he's just trying to observe another place or time. And you guys can see him, like, basically glitter is kind of appearing and disappearing off his fingers as he's tracing runes in the air. And then you guys can't see it, but his eyes fuzz over, and he kind of holds out a hand and kind of grabs onto the back of Marco, and kind of using you as a guide to walk him as he's looking at another place in time as you guys are moving.
You see a flash as you try to observe the area. It's not perfect, and in fact, all you really get is a view inside one particular ambulance. However, when you do this, you get a view in the back, and strapped to a gurney, it's like the shadowy image of a little girl, a child. She's flailing around as much as she can, resisting some invisible binding. You can see the shadowy figure flail and throw its arms around and kick its legs, but it seems to be bound to the bed in the back of one of the ambulances.
You guys hear once again. Now all of you guys can hear him muttering him to himself in Fey, but after a couple sentences, you see him shake his head. The effect kind of leaves his eyes, and he pulls an arm off you, Marco. Well, suffice to say, the wraiths that you found, at least as nurses, are likely going to be another place. Please be very careful as we're opening up the ambulances. I believe there might be more than one, and my vision brought me into one. There's a shade inside. It appears to be a child. I very much assume it will try to harm us the way the nurses will if we enter. So.
Chantel's gonna look at him and go, do you think this child will have any more information, or is it just a danger?
I worry that it would be more of a danger than a help, but if we would like to go in, I can try to speak to it. But again, there needs to be a part of it that's still human for any part of my powers to work.
Chantel's gonna want to prepare a magic thing as we open the door to try to trap the shade in place for Lucius to question.
Sure, yeah, so is that all we find? Or is there any other ambulances, or do we only find the one ambulance first?
There are several ambulances, but if you were to pass among them and go towards the one that you saw in your vision, from the outside you would hear a thumping, thrashing around, muffled by the interior of the vehicle.
Okay, so I'm assuming the character Anna, you want to trap a specific person, minion, or monster.
Yes.
Okay, so then Faust, Lucius is going to attempt to use the communicate with something that you do not share a language with. So that's just letting you know the kind of idea here.
Okay.
I guess Lucius looks over at one of the two of them. Well, Marco, Craig, if you could, open the doors, and at least one of you I would appreciate you having a gun trained. And he offers the 9mm to either of you.
I'll pull out my 9mm and then open the door.
I've got a rifle.
All right. So
Yeah, I
I guess
think
I
you-
roll first.
Yeah, definitely you first.
And this is to restrain a creature?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so to trap a specific person, minion, or monster.
And so she's trying to trap a shade in place.
Okay. You can
It-
do
It
that.
was a partial success, so works imperfectly. You choose an effect or glitch.
Who's opening the door?
Marco said he was.
I'm gonna say that it has
No,
a
you
what?
pick the effect. The keeper.
Ah,
Yeah, keeper picks the glitch, and the keeper
Oh.
may say that it requires extra stuff.
okay.
Oh no, she can pick the glitch, but the keeper says what happens from it.
Yeah, I get to
No?
pick the glitch, but they
Oh, you do pick.
decide.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So I am choosing to hold the shade in place. I am picking the glitch that it has a problematic side effect because I find that one interesting.
Okay. Marco, you throw open the door, and what you see inside are two shadowy figures. You see a little girl, it seems, the shadowy figure of a little girl, laying on a gurney, and by her side is one of the nurses that you saw. The nurse reaches up and has a needle drawn, and you can hear her voice ringing through the ambulance.
This is for your own good, dear. Please, take your medicine.
But when the door opens, the wraith turns its blank eyes, and you can see through them like large holes in her head. And she screeches and lunges out of the ambulance, drawing a needle from her body. However, Chantel, in that moment, a flash of light rings out. When you do this, it's almost as soon as you start binding the figure, the little girl on the gurney lets out a scream, a horrible, ghastly scream. And the sky lights up. For a brief moment, it's as if the gray fog turns a dark shade of red. Thunder starts ringing out through the city, and the rain picks up, starts blowing sideways briefly. Thunder cracks rip through the city. Lightning flashes around. It's overwhelming. It feels like the world is ending. But then it stops. And with a final thunder crack that returns to normal lightning, the world returns back to its normal place, and instead you have this figment bound, frozen in place, motionless. The little girl on the gurney is gone.
What the fuck?
You have your shade.
I
I suggest you ask it questions quickly.
Not the shade I wanted, but the shade I'll work with, thank you. And he attempts to communicate with a creature that doesn't share language with.
Okay.
Partial success.
Choose a glitch.
So I forgot that I had to hold my button to talk there. I just kept talking with my button off. I think the thing that makes the most sense to Lucius is that the effect is weakened. He's in a pretty Raz situation. He is attempting to use magic, so he can communicate, but he's not going to get as much as he wants. It feels like.
What do you want to know? What are you asking it? What are you saying?
What's the last thing you remember before you became this? So he like leans in close, and you guys all see his eyes flash, and he almost reaches up to like cup the side of the nurse's face and kind of like push some hair out of her face in a very like tender gesture, and you hear his voice kind of shift, and he goes, "I'm so sorry. What in the world happened to you? What is the last thing that you remember? We're here to help."
It's disturbing. The eyes, you can't see them. They're holes in her head that you can see right through. And the mouth twists up into a grin, and it looks at you. Shit, hold on.
I exist to torture her. We tell her she's safe and it's a lie. We hide her from her parents. We take her to the doctor and the doctor hurts her. We take her to the men and they will do worse. Everything we tell her is a lie. Everything she knows is a lie. Everyone wants to hurt her.
Okay, so unfortunately, as much as I want to ask more questions, the effect is weakened. So is that what I get, or do I get any more?
You wouldn't really get more.
That's what I figured.
If you keep talking to her, you keep asking questions, you can. But this figment, this wraith, whatever this is giving you this answer, and it doesn't seem like you're talking to a human here. It feels like you're talking to a demon or a nightmare figure, a torturer.
I think eventually Lucius steps back. He kind of looks at the others. This is some piece of something larger. My magic can only work so far. I was very surprised, to say the least. If we can find another wraith, I might be able to attempt again to get more. But you heard her. At least from what you could tell from the translation there. She's a torturer. She exists to torture and attack the shade of that child that we saw. She's doing the service of something called the Doctor. Similar to what I found looking for Dr. Jones. Maybe there's some sort of connection.
It seems that we might wish to rid ourselves of such darkness.
Purging it would be doing a good deed for all, not just Orb. But that depends on us being able to find it, Chantel, right? If we don't know where it is in the city or where these things are actually taking things to. If we can find another one, trap it again, we might be able to get more answers.
I reckon it's taking stuff to the south. I wonder if we never did manage to find a map that showed elevation, but a tower would be a high place.
It would, yes.
Oh, I found where the some of the creatures we found seem to gain strength from want to be in a high place.
Interesting. And without a map, we might not know. That seems
Yep.
the most likely. Absolutely.
And Chantel heard voices asking questions coming from the south. So we're thinking,
Chantal, did they sound demonic in nature? Would you recognize that if you had heard it?
They were not quite clear, but I would not wish to go enjoy a meal with them.
I don't know what you did hear or understand about that conversation between me and the Shade, as I use magic to communicate with it, but I hope you understand. I did not sense humanity. I sensed a thing, an entity aping humanity. It's using us
That
as a
is
suit.
not much of a surprise since I've been able to banish them fairly, well, not easily, but effectively. Shall I try with this one?
I think at this point I can't get anything else. Banishment is what it deserves.
So if none of the other people want to, I'm gonna try to cast out evil.
that's your thing, ma'am.
Partial
Go right
success.
It takes a while.
Uh,
It takes 1 or 2 turns is what 1 or 2 actions.
Yeah, we have
Lucius,
time, so-
make a quick kick some ass roll.
Sure. Wow, that's amazing. I'm a -1.
Okay.
Mhm.
In the space between Chantel releasing the shade and banishing it, it lunges forward at you, Lucius. Animalistic. It jabs a needle, a shadowy needle towards you. But you can step out of the way, and before it has any more chance to react, Chantel can. It's like a brief blast of light.
For sure. Just for your information as well, DM, or GM, whatever you want to call it, Keeper, my character's immortal. They do not age or sicken, and anytime I suffer harm, I suffer 1 harm less. So if that looked like it was a weak enough attack just for flavor, Lucius might have just taken it on the hand.
No,
and just, like,
absolutely.
look-
It was 1 damage. So instead, maybe the shadowy figure digs the syringe into you, but you just stand there and hold it there. You know, stand there and take it until Chantel blasts it away.
I think you
Out of
guys see
curious-
Lucius kind of, you see Lucius pull it in a little bit closer, and he's like very obviously speaking to it in Fey, like in that language you guys have been hearing.
Out of curiosity, my cast out evil doesn't affect you because this move may be used on unnatural hunters. For example, the Montress.
Actually, I think that what did you roll? Can I ask?
An 8.
Cast out
Partial
evil.
success.
An 8 partial success.
I think you guys watch Lucius go down for a second, and it looks like she's like knocked him out partially.
So friendly fire instead of the
Mouse.
shade.
Yeah.
What do you
well,
think?
Yeah,
No, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So Lucius, he's talking to the shade, and then Chantel blasts, banishes the spirit. But the blinding light and the aura of it actually has a negative effect on Lucius, and he blacks out. You find yourself lying in the rain. A few seconds later, Lucius looking up at the foggy sky.
Oh, completely. It's been almost a century since that's happened. I completely forgot to warn you. You see, he kind of sits up, and he throws up a little bit, and then he looks up at you. My mother was a fairy. Please don't do that too close to me.
I see. That might have been one of the reasons, besides the gun pointed at us, that I didn't particularly care for you. She's actually going to offer him her hand, but she's going to have covered her hand so he doesn't touch her.
Sure. He takes the hand, and as he stands up, he goes, "No, it's quite fine. Most people have that reaction at first. part of me not being entirely of this realm. I can't help it. It's part of why I try to be charming. It's off-putting to stand next to something that its very nature is your twisting and your shaping.
Hmm. Well, holding a gun to them when you're introducing yourselves is probably not the best step towards being friendly
Well,
and charming.
I have been seeing hallucinations and the things that you have as well. I have seen a person walking around a corner, or so I thought, and then when I chased after them yelling, they disappeared. I heard voices above the woman's flat, and when I broke through their door when they didn't answer my calls, they weren't there. So suffice to say, when I heard your voices, I thought it was more of that, and I was willing to put lead into it to find out.
I would appreciate if you don't try to put lead into me.
Look, I'm not going to shoot anyone here. The fact that I get to speak to living, actual breathing humans is making me much more comfortable. Thank you very much. As I promise, and he gives a kind of a formal, bit of a flowery bow, I do not use any of my gifts on fellow orb agents, as that would not only go against our manual and our code, but it breaks any sense of trust that we can have on these missions. We are here to fix a problem on this planet, not to be a problem amongst ourselves. Besides, and he glances at the three of you, you can banish me, my dear. I'm fairly certain that you could sneak up on me and do enough harm before I could actually fight back. And Craig, I've seen you fire that gun before. I don't feel like standing near it, so.
You mean standing in front of it, which would be
No,
bad
I mean-
for both the game.
I mean standing near it, my dear. That's an elephant gun. It can hit most things within the range of fire.
Chantel's gonna be, yes, I forgot that Orb is little lax in its hiring processes. After all, I don't actually work for them.
Well, I'm more of a freelancer, to be perfectly honest. They sent the team against me 2 centuries ago, and well, the team didn't necessarily come back, so they decided to ask me to do work, and I decided that it would be more interesting to work for them than to have them constantly chasing me.
Like I said, lax in their hiring practices.
I like lax sometimes, but that's just me.
Alright, are we gonna move towards the south? And is the ambulance now clear?
I personally think we can take another one. I don't think we need to take the ambulance that had any sort of haunting in it, but that's just me.
Jumpy
You
little
don't-
thing, aren't you?
Look,
You don't
I'm going to be
trust
honest.
that I banished it?
No, I trust that you banished it. I am a little bit more worried about what the effects of a creature like that inside of the device might have done to the electronics, or the things that make it run.
I suppose there is a point there. They don't like light, and electricity in a way is light.
I am a bit sensitive to these things, my dear. I happen to have that same effect on certain things in my own environment. So, without going into it, if you are not of the mortal realm, the realm reacts to you. And I just worry that they might have done damage and harm, where we don't want damage and harm, especially when we're trying to evade or escape. That is simply my perspective.
So we should strap you to the top of the vehicle to make sure you don't come to damage and harm of the vehicle itself.
I like your attitude, but at the same time, it would ruin my hair, so no.
Well, are you trying to take one of these
We-
ambulances?
Yes.
Yeah, I
thought
think we are.
so.
Yeah, I don't care if it's the ambulance that had the ghosts in it. He's just being snooty.
I don't particularly care either, but Marco, if you- go ahead.
Chantel will probably try to see if there's an ambulance that appears the most mundane that we can take.
You can look them over, and they all seem to be. They should work.
Hmm.
Marco, you can check for keys or try to hotwire them. It doesn't seem to go very well, but you do recall having a tool that might assist you with this.
Oh. Okay. Then let's try it out. So if this is a magical block, yeah.
It does seem that if you try to hotwire the car, it should work. It absolutely should, but it doesn't. And
Okay.
much like the reports that you heard, vehicles seem to lose electronic power, seem to shut down.
So, yeah, try the skeleton key. See if that knocks it loose.
Sure. You pull out the skeleton key that you keep for, special situations and insert it into the ignition. It seems to almost conform unnaturally to the lock. It's imperceptible, but you can tell. And with a rev, the ambulance comes to life with the lights on, flashing.
Okay.
That's a cool trick.
My. Orb hires some interesting characters these days. Well done, Mr. Rocco.
At
Thank
least
you.
he's using it for good, although we should work on, as I said before, good deed, or what was it?
Oh dear.
Good words, good thoughts, good deeds.
Dear, this is a good deed. Get in the car or walk.
I think Lucius hops in the passenger seat to be kind of up with the driver to get an actual view on the street, but beyond that, he's just hanging out.
She's gonna actually go to the back and try to set out so that she can have a little mat and meditate while she's waiting to be chauffeured.
The ambulance can take off down the street to the southern edges of the city. Things seem to be getting worse here. Through the rain and the fog, you can see buildings in the distance and above you. Where before it looked like a normal city, where before it was simply empty, now there's signs of damage. You can see parts of the buildings crumbling away. It's as if the city had become war-torn in the last few, minutes or hour that you've been in the hospital. The damage to the streets, it almost seems to increase over time. And in the distance, in the skies, you can spot the black figures of the birds that you saw, the ones that attacked you. They're in the distance circling around like carrion birds. In the air, you can smell fire and brimstone. Fires seem to light up in parts of the city, in the windows. It's as if the veil is breaking.
I have a feeling that is not a good thing.
No, I believe that's what we call an oh fuck moment.
Drive faster.
Yes.
Language!
Sorry, I forget. That used to be much different when I was younger.
Where are you? Where are you?
Is
The
that
voice
else?
rings out through the city.
Oh wow, that's new.
Is
That
what
was
you
the
heard
voice.
earlier?
Yes, it appears that all of you are able to hear it right now.
That certainly sounds sinister to me.
It's looking for us.
Yes.
And after all, if we do not deal with it effectively, more than just this island is at stake.
We have no idea if it would spread. God,
Found you.
It will spread.
God's above and below.
Marco, you're driving, and around the corner in the block, suddenly a massive foot steps out.
Massive, as in.
Massive. It seems to be at least 2.5 stories high.
Holy.
Comes out a hulking, hunchbacked figure, a deformed monster, wearing, it seems to be enlarged, tattered clothes, and at its heels, behind it, is a large, drooling dog like the one that you saw before, and spotting your vehicle, it opens its mouth and the head splits open in 4 different tentacled ways. The massive creature is dragging behind it a large pipe, dragging it across the ground. Make an act under pressure roll. It screams, "Found you," and swings the pipe towards the ambulance. You're sitting in the ambulance talking, and then you see it. It steps out and swings the pipe towards you. Everybody ducks their heads down, and Margot, you steer the vehicle slightly to the right to try to avoid the swing. The pipe scrapes across the top of the ambulance, ripping off the top hood of the vehicle, exposing you to the rain and the sky above. The ambulance tilts and twists, and then comes up on 2 wheels and slides across the ground, scraping up sparks. The front end of it breaks off, and you can see the engine break apart from the collision. Everybody is thrown around inside the vehicle. One of you, some of you might even be thrown out of the missing hood and onto the street. However, you manage to avoid enough of the damage to your vehicle, and none of you are harmed by this. Instead, you clatter around. You take a few bruises, but nothing major. All of you look up to see this giant, this massive monstrosity, grotesque with a distorted face. It has long strands of blonde hair that come down. One eye wider than the other, its face distorted, and it swings its pipe up in the air again, clattering it back and forth.
Does it look at all like the doctor?
No, this looks like a horrible, distorted woman creature.
Give her back. Where is she? Give her back.
Give who back? Can I try to cast out evil? I'm guessing I'll probably need to roll it more than once since of how big it is or something.
It might not.
Yeah, I think
It might not work on something like this right away. It might take several turns.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think Lucius is going to recognize that that's a thing that's happening, but I'm going to ask you, Faust, do you think 2 people at once can contribute to banishing, or is that one person casting one spell and I can, do damage and other stuff while she's trying to do that?
She has a special ability unique to a divine that lets her cast out evil.
Oh, cool. Okay, so then Lucius, he can technically banish creatures. That's one of the things you can do on the magic list, but you just said that that's going to take several turns, that she has a special ability, so Lucius is going to step back and just start doing damage. Sounds good.
Yeah, we were asking about under use magic, you can banish a spirit or curse from the person, object, or place it inhabits.
But again, Faust just said that this thing's going to take several turns for her to do, and
I was planning on doing cast out evil, like I said.
I was
but
assuming the dog had to be banished separately, had to be sent away separately.
oh, that's a good point. Okay, never mind then. Lucius has something to do.
This is a massive, hulking monstrosity of a beast, and the dog next to it is ready to fight. Who would like to go first? We got cast out evil.
Yeah, Anna.
Yeah.
That's one full success. As you push yourself up from the pavement, Chantel, and you raise your hands. Are you aiming this towards the monster or the dog?
the monster. I was thinking if it's going to take multiple times to banish the monster, maybe parts of him could be banished. Or
What part?
something. Start with, I'll banish one of his legs.
Okay.
Mobility.
You all see Chantel stand up covered in the rain, slightly bruised up and scratched. She extends her hands, and light pours out from her hands and envelops the monstrosity. You watch as the leg peels away. The creature steps forward and then stumbles, and you see it. It crashes down onto the street, knocking up bits of pavement and cement. It drags itself forward, clawing forward towards you.
I see that this will take a little while. I don't think that you should be looking for the girl any longer. She's gonna continue talking to it about how it should turn to good.
Give it back. Give her back. She's mine.
I disagree.
Who's next?
Someone else.
I think Lucius is going to run to the side of the road that we were driving on to get out of the, so that not everybody's all gathered together in any sort of big ball. He tries to find cover, and while he's doing so, he's casting a spell to attempt to banish a spirit, so the creature, to get rid of whatever maybe is possessing it, or, maybe to... Understanding it may take some time, but he's just casting a spell as best as he's able.
Okay.
Ooh, 12. Nice.
Interesting. Lucius, you begin casting this banishment, and with your effect, as well as Chantel's, you blast it from the side, trying to banish it. When you hit it, it gives way, almost like its body melts away for a moment. And underneath the two-story creature, you get a glimpse, a brief flash, of what looks like a normal human woman's body. This vision, this light that you see, is immediately covered up again, and it screams out in pain and agony and rage as the hulking figure drags itself forward. Con, can you remind me, do I attack after each of these?
The basic idea is that let the flow of the narrative kind of pull you in each direction you want. If there's a partial success, if you want to inflict damage and other stuff like that, you can move a scene by letting a creature move forward and do damage if someone doesn't fully succeed. But if Lucius just fully succeeded, right now it makes sense for this creature to act because two people have already acted, but it just kind of pick. That's the only thing I dislike about this system is I wish the initiative system was a little bit more clear cut. If you want to use one of my personal rules, every time a player goes, it gets to respond in some way that forces a player to respond. So if you want, just do 2 actions in a row, forcing 2 of us to respond, and it's just a back and forth. We go once, and then it goes. We go once, and then it goes. It's the easiest way to run it.
Okay, that works for me. Thank you.
No problem.
All right. Let's start with Lucius first. Lucius, as you go to banish it, it swings out. And I'm sorry to keep asking questions. When monsters attack, is it just an automatic return to harm? Do they don't roll?
So because I use magic and I got a success, there's no necessary glitch or thing that you can affect the use magic with to affect me in the situation. But if you want to have a creature try to attack me, then I can use an act under pressure to try to avoid the attack. And if it works, then I just fully succeed. With a partial success, maybe I take a little bit of damage.
Okay.
The system's very narrative wibbly wobbly. You kind of got to run with it,
All right. So make an act under pressure roll then.
Okay, I'm sad that I told you that because I'm bad at this.
Or kick some ass if you want.
Whew, okay, we're okay. So partial success. Tell me what happens.
When you blast it with this spell, you see the glimpse underneath of the woman's body, but then it's almost like the flesh reforms itself, and instead it turns and swings the pipe that it's dragging along with it in your direction. You duck underneath it, but rubble from the building that it swipes at. This pipe is huge, and it demolishes a side of the building. You take some falling rubble on top of you and have to dive out of the way, and you can take 1 harm from that. But you're immortal, so you are fine.
I think it's bouncing off of him, and where little cuts and scratches would have appeared on someone else, they're kind of not appearing. And as he rolls out of it, he screams out to the others, "Everyone, there's a woman inside! Get her out, and I think it'll fall to pieces!" And then he's dodging more rubble as he's avoiding whatever this pipe's bringing.
All right. Chantel, you are trying to do, to maintain your spell. It swipes out at Lucius and then reaches out with a massive hand towards you. You
right.
can make a act under pressure as well.
Act under pressure. So it is. So,
And again, like, it could be, if you think that your character narratively would actually be fighting back, then it could be a kick some ass roll to avoid kind of harm in the situation. Or if the character could use magic, right? It's like, it's all about the narrative, and you really have to
Right, so maybe kick some ass would have been better, but it's all the same. She passed.
for this character, actually, we're probably going to avoid using kick some ass for her.
Perfect, exactly, and that's
so-
like that's the kind of goal, is to let the players kind of drive the roles that they make, because then you just get to use all the consequences. But yeah, it's hard to get used to.
All right.
Yeah.
It responds in that way, and the dog nearby, in an almost defensive manner, runs up to its side and tries to protect its master, it seems, and its large head splits open, revealing the rows of teeth lining the insides of its many mouths. Oh no.
Yeah.
Craig, Marco.
Marco doesn't wish to go. I believe
Yeah.
I'll kick ass.
Fuck yeah,
Wow.
man. And again, like, it's whoever has the idea, right? And then Faust gets to respond. And then it's an idea. And just, like, roll with ideas. Don't necessarily think that one person has to go somewhere, unless you have the best idea ever, you know?
My idea is I'm gonna shoot it with my rifle.
Yeah, I was gonna say, take that big-ass gun you carry everywhere.
Are you shooting the dog or the person?
Dog.
Oh,
You fire at it. You see bits of its flesh tear away, and it screams out in agony. It swipes a backhand towards you as it drags along the ground. It like throws a vehicle out of its way and swipes at you. You can take 2 harm, and you are thrown out from the middle of the street up against a car. The car alarm starts blaring out for a moment before it dies, and you leave a small dent in the panel. So that was my no.
Yeah,
So
it
he
was-
just
it was-
went, and then I get a move, and then
So he went. He rolled a specific, like, what did he roll total?
he rolled
Just my
he
question.
rolled a 7, so we got a partial, and it says they inflict damage on each other.
Exactly. So he did his damage. You did the damage the creature would have done, because they just fought each other back. And now, if you would like to give some sort of response, you can, or you can just straight up say, part of your response is just the monster fighting back, and someone else gets to go. The system doesn't have a
Okay.
clear-cut initiative, and that's one of the biggest problems about it for people who come from other systems. is
It'll
there's
take
no
me a little bit
initiative.
to get used to.
Yeah. Don't worry about it.
All right. So, Marco, you watch Craig get backhanded into a vehicle, but you don't have enough time to worry about that as the large dog barrels down on you. Its mouth opens up and lunges on you to attack. I'm sorry, Khan, last question. As a monster, does a monster need to roll, or is it just hit?
It
No,
technically just would hit unless the other
Not-
player can realistically give a response. So right
Okay.
now, Marco can try to dodge. But if Marco's lying on the ground, tied up, and the monster runs up and bites his neck, he just takes damage, right?
Okay.
Like, it's
So since he
very-
has an opportunity to react, if he tells me what he's doing and then rolls it. Gotcha.
Exactly. It's like Marco can dive out of the way, and then you can be like, cool, make an act under pressure roll. Or Marco can be like, I try to talk to the dog. Cool, really try to manipulate someone here, right? Like you can run it how you
Okay.
like, but Marco gets to tell you how he responds.
All right, I understand now. Thank you. So Marco, the dog barrels down on you, lunges at you to attack you.
Can I help out and try to knock Marco out of the way? Oh, it's coming at me. Sorry.
That's you.
Ah,
Marco.
You can knock yourself out of the way, punch yourself in the head, and fly out of the way.
Yeah, just catch it with the shotgun, then let's see who goes where.
Cool. So yeah, then it's you roll kick
Take
some
that.
ass, and if you fuck this up, then Faust, you get to do damage. Whereas one of the effects, if you want, like as a partial success, maybe it still does damage. Like that's the whole thing. Is your responses are already built into the player rolls.
All right. So Marco, you aim your shotgun up and fire it into its mouth. You watch one of the tentacles fly off, and you hear a whine. But the other parts of its mouth that split open, the teeth clamp around your forearm.
Oh.
It digs horrible teeth into your arm. It hurts terribly. You take 2 harm as it bites down on you.
Okay. Ah. Better hurry it up, lass.
I think that's
So now-
everybody that went, so maybe Chantel rolls her roll again.
Yeah, and like she can go, or if someone else suddenly has an idea to help her out, they can go. It's really up to what you guys want to do.
Yeah, not having
was
set
fine.
initiatives is hard.
Yeah. Oh. Well, we'll try to see if we can find a way to strip it of its evil face. She's gonna aim for the head.
Wow, 2 successes.
Yay!
Chantel,
If you don't want its heads to be the part that removes, you can remove its arm or something.
no, that's fine with
instead.
me. Chantel, you cast out evil on its head. The light, your divine light, enshrouds it, and it's still screaming and yelling as the light covers over it. You watch its head literally disintegrate until there's nothing but a fleshy, bloody mound where its neck should be. It crumples and lies flat on the ground for a moment, inactive.
Hopefully that'll make it a little easier to handle.
She
She's-
shouts during the chaos and turmoil. Sorry.
Yeah, she's gonna move forward during all of the shouting and trying to get a better look at what is left.
You move closer to it, and it looks like it's dead. You approach it, but then it suddenly pushes itself up with one arm. It drops the pipe that was in its hand, and instead, in a fury, it reaches another hand out towards you to grab you. Roll act under pressure, unless you have other ideas.
I will see if I can use magic to basically. Oh wait, no. Prevent it, bar it in place. Or would that be too much?
No, that works.
Yeah,
you can
trap a
use
specific
magic.
person. It's one of the effects. Yeah.
Yeah. Partial. So I'm trying to bar it in place or hold it in place, and the effect, I think that it should have a short duration.
Okay. So what happens is it picks it up, and all of you watch as Chantel gets lifted up in this monster's massive hand. It winds its shoulder back and then throws its hand forward to slam Chantel and smash her, crush her into a pulp against the side of a building. But a foot away from the wall, it suddenly stops, and you can see the body, headless, legless, struggle around in the street, flailing around, but its arm remains locked in motion, shrouded by this aura.
The good has decided to protect me. The all-seeing. I think I will take a few steps back, and she's gonna take a few steps away from it.
You are still in its grasp.
Yeah,
I'm
I think
still in its grasp. Okay.
Lucius
Well,
Lucius sees this and he like takes many steps forward and he attempts to cast banish as well, and he's trying to basically melt that arm the way he watched her melt the face.
Okay.
So he's trying to banish a spirit, a cursed person. Oh, straight up miss.
Ooh.
Experience
So
points.
on a miss, you lose control of the magic. This never ends well. So what happens, buddy?
You actually undo her with your fey magic. You cast out, and while she's being held in place, luckily without the full force of the wind-up, instead, Chantel, you're simply just smashed against the wall. You take 2 harm as your banishment is undone. Luckily, that would have been much worse if you hadn't
Man.
blocked it first.
So it's like a freight train got stopped on a dime, and then the freight train got let go and just hit a little bit at the end.
Yeah, I got a little bit of acceleration right at the end there. So instead of a bloody pulp, you find yourself, knocked out of wind, rubble falling on top of you as you fall down.
Sorry. All right, guys, save us. Craig,
Oh, save you.
Grave, Marco, save us.
I believe the dog still has Marco in its mouth, right?
Yep. So
And Chantel's in a hand. So
Chantel's in a hand.
Well, I'm going
Can I-
to.
can I help out? Yeah, can I help you out? Get the dog in a better position so you can shoot it.
Yeah, that's a cool idea.
yeah.
So I'll
So
try
then-
to wrestle the dog so it's a cleaner shot for him.
Nice.
Okay.
That's a wicked idea.
Does that help out?
Yep, help out.
Well, you were
You
already
expose yourself to
exposed
trouble or
danger.
danger, so if this is a miss, you're probably going to get shot.
Okay, but you got a +1.
You get a +1,
Big
but
gun. Oh, it's a big gun.
I think this will give me the
Friendly
+1
fire.
when I roll.
Oh.
No. Okay, we'll just have to add a 1 to whatever I roll.
all right, don't miss.
Yeah, really, don't miss.
Nice.
Oh, that's nice.
That's a 12.
Ooh,
Ooh,
12.
jeez.
So you get the advanced.
Ooh.
Ooh, do we want to... Everybody getting a... Oh, +1 forward is just 1 roll for everybody.
Forwards for you
Or I can-
specifically.
All
Huh?
hunters
Yeah,
involved in the
that's-
fight get
there's
+1
No,
forward.
okay, never
Hunters
mind.
involved.
Ooh, I didn't know that part. Okay, yeah.
Or double damage. Ooh, your
Yeah,
attack
double
drives the enemy away in a route.
Yes.
I'm going to go for that one.
Interesting. You fire and you blow off like part of its back, right? The bullet passes by and it's too close for comfort, Marco. You can almost swear you can see the round passing if you looked really hard. However, it lets go of your arm
And that was close.
as you swing it around to give him a view. The creature balks and, acting like a normal dog would, wounded and in pain, facing a superior enemy, it tucks its tail and begins limping and running and sprinting off to the road, running into the rain and the fog. Amazing.
Oh. Thank you, Craig.
That's why I said, save us, Craig. Save us.
Lucius, it looks back at you, and it grabs a vehicle that's nearby and flips it towards you. The vehicle spins in the air a bit as it flies towards you when your back is up against the wall of a building.
Okay. I would like to. Oh, I don't. Yeah, okay. I'd like to use magic to do one thing that is beyond human limitations, and Lucius would attempt to, like, give himself, like, super jump for a moment, and he's going to try to leap out of the way, because he cannot do that with an act under pressure.
Okay.
Partial success. So, I think the glitch here is that it has a problematic side effect. That makes the most sense. So I avoid it, but something happens to me because of it.
The building behind you was already damaged from the pipe swing. So when the vehicle goes flying towards you, it crashes into the wall, breaks the support, and now above you, all of you can see the building is crumbling down. And horrifically enough, as I mentioned before, these buildings already are damaged, already look war-torn. So with this final bit, the building begins giving way, and then horrifically you see it tilting and begin collapsing down towards the street.
Man, it's bad. You see Lucius just kind of like standing up from where he is and screaming to run, and he's just started to take off.
The rest of you maybe make...
Intel was dropped, right?
Run!
Yeah. Make...
So who's closest to Chantel? Or how many people are within distance that she could grab onto them and teleport?
Marco.
Marco?
Yes.
Just Marco? Okay, she's gonna grab Marco and teleport to the docks if she can. Oh crap.
Whoa.
I missed. I missed. Which, I don't know why it rolled so many times. Angel
Let's roll
Wings
one here.
missed. Okay, there we go. Basically, I missed, so either we're separated or we appear in the wrong place.
Oof.
No, the
Oh no.
mist is something else. 7 to 9, I thought, is separated. Mist is Faust
Mist.
gets to make crap up.
Oh, mist is something else?
Oh yeah, no. If you miss, then Faust just gets to tell you what happens with your teleport.
Okay.
Oh, Troy.
Oh, jeez.
Sorry, Marco.
So like, it might work for one of the people. It might work for both in a weird way. Like whatever Faust feels like. Like.
I would think teleporting to the docks would be a bad result.
Well,
Me too,
she was
honestly.
trying to do that anyways,
Yeah, way out of the fight. Yeah.
but I wasn't thinking about helping anyone, apparently.
Oh God, what do I do? Well, okay. Oh, here we go. Chantel, you watch the building above you collapsing. It's like it's going to collapse onto the street and cover you all. Marco looks up and you see the building collapsing. Chantel, you run over, and all of you watch as divine angel wings suddenly appear and wrap around the two of them. And in a flash of divine light, they disappear. First, let me see, Craig, a act under pressure for you. Because you are moving out of the building. Out building's way.
Okay. And you say act under pressure, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
You dive out of the way and you watch as the building collapses
Roll
on top of the
job,
monstrosity.
perfect.
It falls down, and you watch after brick, the entire building falls and puts its weight onto the monster, burying it under the rubble. Marco, you open your eyes because you feel wind in your face. And you look around. You seem to be a mile in the air.
Fuck.
Chantel is nearby, and she is floating there. You are both free-falling. Chantel, you look over and you can see Marco spinning wildly as he regains himself, and you both realize that you are free-falling.
Screaming at her, what have you done, lass?
I was trying to get us somewhere a little safer. Can we?
Try again.
Yeah, just gonna try again. And this time try to teleport to the ground. Oh
You gotta get to our boy. You gotta skydive over to him and then.
Oh. Well, actually, I should be instantly able to do it for myself over to him
Okay, cool.
and grab him.
Do you really
But then
want to
when
do
I try
that?
roll,
You really want to do that right now?
I'm falling.
Okay.
How high up did you have them?
A mile.
A mile.
That's 3,000 plus feet, right?
Yeah, she would die.
5,820 feet.
Jesus, I don't know. Your fucking Imperial system. Leave me alone. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
Well-
I'm gonna try to what do you want me to do?
So you were not carrying anybody with you. Okay, I see.
So I wasn't. If I'm not carrying anything, I can go instantly to him.
You go
But then I
instantly
would say
to
that
him,
I-
but then you miss it again.
Yeah, but then I miss it again.
Oh
So-
no!
Marco, you're wrapped around. You're wrapped around by the wings again, and through the wings you can see this ground approaching as you're so high up. And then in a flash of light again, you disappear from the sky, and your initial place that you wanted to go was the docks. But now you find yourself, it's almost as if your lungs are stabbed with ice as you realize that you are somewhere underwater. You look around and all you see is the black abyss around you. And in the very faintest glow, you can see Chantel's burning eyes a little ways away in the darkness. And maybe something else.
Great. Read a bad situation, figure out which way is up.
All right.
Let some air out of my lungs. Follow the bubbles.
You seem to be very, very deep, Marco. As you look around, you feel heavy pressure on your body, and you force your way up to try to swim up and up to reach the surface. Make a act under pressure roll,
Both of us.
unless you're teleporting away again.
I'm gonna try to not teleport away. I mean, how many bad times can it happen?
All right. Well, then, if you're not going to teleport away, then you too make an act under pressure roll.
Yep.
All right. Both of you take a point of harm as you swim your way to the surface. Water begins to fill your lungs as you begin to suffer. The pressure alleviates a little bit, but it's dark and raining, and you can't tell where the surface is. You're swimming in the abyss, up and up and up. Repeat the rolls, please.
Come on, guys.
Shed my weapons.
Ooh.
Go.
Oh.
Marco,
But I level up.
you
Abyss, things go to hell.
you drop the shotgun and you lighten your weight and you swim and swim as hard as you possibly can.
Oh.
And the shotgun hits.
Yeah. No. Well, no, it
And the
doesn't hit. But
shotgun hits.
Chantel, you're
No.
simply weak and damaged. Things go to
I was
hell.
gonna have
Marco,
the Chantel hit me. Or
With the
sorry,
12 With the 12 plus, Marco can choose
Oh, yeah.
to save her as well.
Yeah, and something extra. Yes, I see her starting to go out.
The shotgun
her
smacks
by-
her in the head, and she is swimming up towards it. The butt hits her in the forehead, and she actually manages to knock herself out.
That
Marco, you have a horrible moral dilemma where you need to save yourself or go back and risk your own death by saving her. You turn and swim as hard as you possibly can down and grab her hand as she sinks into the abyss. You look down at the bottom of the ocean, and for a moment, you swear that two massive eyes are peering up at you from the abyss. Yellow, lidless, with no irises. You force yourself to ignore it and look back up towards the surface and swim. You swim as hard as you can, kicking your legs. Both of you take one more point of harm before you reach the surface.
Ooh.
You come gasping out in the bay. You're a few hundred feet away from the docks where you came from.
Is there a boat nearby?
You can swim over to one. It's a bit of effort. Rain falls down around you on the water as you swim over. You
Push
drag.
Chantel up onto the boat.
Mm-hmm. You drag her onto the boat.
Oh.
I am going to, since I
Lay there
missed again,
unconscious.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna lay there unconscious. But since I did,
Get her not
Got-
drowning.
I was gonna say
I'm
though, because
drowning.
I missed so much, I actually leveled up, so I'm taking that now. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Level up. Mission failed
Well
successfully.
earned.
Am I unconscious? Truly?
I'll get her up. We'll do the first aid. See if
What's your harm at?
fine. I'm
Dang.
fine.
A question.
And I'm unstable.
When he,
I
if he
often
does first
suspected.
aid for her, can she wake up, or are we currently having her unconscious?
What's your harm at?
3.
So you can wake up once you administer first aid.
Okay.
You
so
have water
that'll
in your
reduce it
lungs
one.
and you feel like death.
She coughs up the thing. She coughs up the water and goes, I really need to work on my aim. And then looks at him and I guess starts noticing that he is unstable. So attempts to heal him. This could go very badly for us.
Last.
Yeah, toll roll low.
Whoa.
Okay.
Ooh.
So it heals 2 harm and you're stabilized.
Ooh, that's a divine thing? Nice.
So,
I thought you were just straight up trying to heal with magic, which
No.
can hurt the person if you do it badly.
The water
Well,
is
this
forced
heals
out of
too.
your lungs divinely.
the water is
Oh, look,
completely
it's wine.
forced out of your lungs, and there's a bright flash of light, and you feel more stable than you have in a while.
Thank you, lass. Thank you. You didn't see it, did you?
I didn't see anything except for the butt of your gun.
I was at the bottom of the bay.
Oh. Another monster for us to take care of, it seems. And then, where are the rest of the other people?
Oh, they're still back at the... Oh, gods.
Yes.
Do you want to cut to that for them?
We're on a boat, right?
You are on a boat, so if we look at the map real quick, we can say that you came out maybe about here's away. So you would have to get your way back onto land, come onto here, and make your way past the hospital again.
Okay, so take the boat, bring it up. It looks like there's a road there. And we'll get the fastest car.
I could try to teleport us back.
Can it really miss 3 times?
I was gonna say,
He'll,
like,
he'll pull his 9 mil
She's
out.
gonna ask.
Aye, lass. Clear your mind and let's do this.
Okay. She's gonna take her time and try to teleport him back to the other group.
If you miss, I think burning your hold is probably
Yeah,
good.
using your, you mean as her luck?
Her luck. Yeah.
Luck
Yeah.
hold, sure.
Okay.
Well,
Use your luck.
I'm gonna use my luck. It'll
Alright.
make it to. Oh wait, no, that's not gonna change it anyways. Even if I burn it to that, it's not
The-
gonna.
No, the luck changes the roll to a 12.
12. Yeah, it's boom, done.
Okay, then I will burn my luck.
Okay. Okay. Your luck, right, has a special condition attached to it,
I
in
know.
which when you
Uh-oh.
roll a luck, you receive a divine vision of something that you must do urgently.
Yes.
Go back to the docks.
Lucius, Lucius and Craig, you're recovering from this battle when behind you 2 angel wings appear, and you see the beaten and battered figures of Chantel and Marco appear before you again as Chantel unwraps the wings and the wings recede.
Oh, excellent. Craig, they're alive. They're not under the building like the monster is.
We're soaking wet, though.
Yeah.
They're a bit dribbly, though.
We've been worse.
Oh, well, congratulations wherever you ended up.
Not lately, though.
Were you in the bay?
I
I did a
the bottom, I
slight
think.
miscalculation. I think I need to work on my directions or something.
Well,
What's the vision that I receive, Faust?
A divine golden light pierces from the fog and shines down in a beam onto the building's rubble.
Okay. I think there's someone we have to save from the rubble. And she's gonna go charging towards it.
yeah, I think he's going to join, and he'll start using his claws that go through damage reduction to like cut up, bits of rubble and shit that's too big and stuff like that to help out.
Sure. And over time, as you dig through the rubble, you find the battered body of a woman. She's barely conscious, and her body is beaten and in some places broken. Lucius, you recognized her. You saw her picture in the apartment that you were in. This is Lisa Maybell, the mother of Lana Maybell.
All right. I think when we're pulling her out, Lucius kind of goes, I've found the bell that I was looking for. I recognize this woman. She's related at the very least to the people that I was looking for with that doctor, Lisa Maybell. Chantel, do you have any more of that healing in you, or do I have to step in?
I can try some, but she might need more than just what I can give her, and I will try to heal her.
Okay, Faust, can I try to help out, but using weird because I'm using magic?
Yes.
I'm gonna first aid myself and Lucius. Did you
Cool,
take
thank
any actual damage?
I took no actual damage. We're all good.
Okay.
Okay.
Mortal's
Yes.
pretty
Please. Use magic, I guess, to help her. Lucky.
So just using magic as the help action to aid her, to give her a +1.
That would
It's
still
only
make
a 5.
it would
Well-
still be a 5.
Oh, it's still only a 5?
A
Oh,
5.
that's unfortunate. All right.
Can somebody else use their luck for her roll?
If you're performing first aid, you want to do help out, or you want to use luck? That's fine with me.
Oh, he's trying to use luck on my roll.
But I was the one who helped you on your roll, so
yes.
I think Lucius will spend his luck to turn her roll into a 12 if he's able, because he was helping out.
Oh dear lord.
So what happens is you start healing her, Chantel, and she dies. She dies in your arms as you try to heal her. She stops breathing. She's lost too much blood and her body is broken. Lucius, you come over, and with your brand of magic, your fey, wild magic, you come over, and you heal her. And as she experiences death for a few seconds, suddenly she gasps back to life. She's unconscious, but stable.
Creative spirit, help us. And my girl's gonna be praying.
Her body is broken and battered, and you don't think you're going to be able to wake her up. But at least she's alive.
Thank you, Chantal. I wouldn't have been able to do that alone.
Thank you. I think it was your magic, as weird and unnatural as it is, that tied the balance.
Yes, we're also going to have to inform her. She's going to have to live in the woods for about a week every year from now on for the rest of her life. Or she'll have a heart attack.
Why?
Sorry, you can't really be exposed to fey magic without to that degree. Like we brought her back from death there. She essentially is just going to have to hike and camp like a week of her life for the rest of her life. She needs to be in nature to a certain degree, or else her body begins to break down. Because, sorry, I can't help people without it being an affect.
I forgot. You're the bargainers.
Everything comes with a price, my dear. Everything, including my magic.
The golden beam of light fades. It followed her body as you dragged it out, and once she's stabilized, you watch her recede back in the fog and shrouds the area again.
Okay.
The best thing that we can do is carry her at this point as carefully as we can from this area, and make sure we inform, as far as I can tell, Orb or whoever is waiting upon your word, that they need to bring more people in here and investigate properly.
They're not going to send anyone else.
Then we need to take this woman and anyone else we find and leave.
I believe we actually have to take care of this. Other words, it will be much worse than you think.
A building fell on it. Do you not think it's dead?
I don't think it's the only thing.
Yeah, it's still foggy, yeah?
Not
We
just
haven't
foggy.
vanished.
It's getting worse and
Yeah.
worse.
We haven't banished the true evil from this place. The apocalypse is still coming.
All right then. Well, apologies then. Mistake.
Chantel's gonna want to move. I suggest. Sorry, I'll do this in character instead. I suggest that we move to another place and regroup, and maybe find something that's slightly drier. Faust, I just realized I've been forgetting that I'm wearing armor this whole time.
How much?
1. So,
Okay, so maybe just take 2 harm off of your current harm.
well, that would make me completely healed, so I'm not sure if you wanted to do that.
Well, you are wearing armor. I think it's fair.
The other thing that we can imply here is how much damage would you have taken, Anna, while wearing the armor? Because it narratively it could have decayed. You took a whole bunch of big blows. Maybe it's broken by this point, right?
It's divine armor, and it looks
Oh.
like normal cloth. So,
Never mind then. Yeah. No, I don't. I'm just like, again, the whole idea of this game is you got to think of it like if someone got their armor beaten up with a maul or like a hammer, maybe their armor's been broken over the course of the game, and they're gonna have to go get new armor after this one mission is done, kind of thing.
Well,
I'll just have it. I want to leave her with at least 1 harm.
all right, leave her with 1 harm then.
So, I'm going to suggest that we find someplace a little mobile, and I think that there was at least some eyes in the sea that might need to be dealt with, in addition to whatever else that we have here.
All right, I agree with everything. Please explain on the way what you mean by eyes in the sea.
You'll have to ask Marco that. I was unconscious at the time.
He kind of looks over.
When I went down to get her, we were near the bottom of the bay, and I could see just 2 yellow eyes watching. Huge.
Yep.
Eyes.
But I don't think that is what is causing the mist and the trouble.
No, it could be
Um,
something else.
Do
You
I
don't
still
think
have my?
that is causing the mist? Are you being serious?
Well,
I don't.
if it were, we would have never made it through the bay, now would we?
Oh, all right. I suppose I can understand that logic, but at the same time, if it doesn't view you as being a threat because you don't attack it or do any kind of harm to it, then why would it provoke some sort of action from you by attacking you?
Oh, it didn't attack. We watched. We were
Um,
drowning at the time.
Ah, so it assumed you might. Understood. Well, if you don't believe that that's the issue, then we can continue to search, but that certainly sounds like a perfect place to start.
Hmm. I don't know how we do it.
I think we should find a place a little out of the damp.
Absolutely. And I guess Lucius kind of gestures, do you want a building nearby, or should we walk some distance?
She's gonna try to see if she can read a bad situation.
Sure.
Okay. What are dangers that we haven't noticed?
After that divine ordeal, you
Mm-hmm.
spent a lot of diviner energy and the light shines down from the sky. You noticed before everybody else that where the streets were empty, there are now faint outlines of shadowy figures. They are standing there, idle, some hunched over, in a crouched position, cradling their knees, standing listlessly against the wall with their heads against it. They're scattered around, and more seem to appear over time. And you notice before everybody else that the city is beginning to distort. It is beginning to change in unrealistic, unfathomable ways. The danger that these don't seem to be dangerous to you yet, but things are falling apart rapidly.
Okay. I get 3 questions. So what is the best way to protect the victims?
For this girl, moving her inside out of the rain and, keeping her there until you deal with the threat. For everybody else, dealing with the source of the issues at the tower.
And then what is the best way in to where the threat is closed? Like, where it's housed.
Is it
Making your way as quickly as you can towards the tower is probably the
Okay.
best way in.
So, Chantel, I'm going to turn to them. I think we should. Oh,
Go ahead.
I think we should move towards the tower, but probably stash this girl for safekeeping or healing. Although we might want to leave her a note or something in case she wakes up alone.
Did you have a vision, a premonition, or?
No, I just think that we need to get rid of the danger as quickly as possible, and obviously we need to keep her safe, because I've been tasked with doing so.
Well, then, absolutely. Let's get her somewhere safe and move on to where we have to be.
You want me to see if do we need a new vehicle?
That would be great. Do you have access to one, Craig?
Well, I might even be able to leave her in wherever the vehicle's garaged.
Oh, that would be even better. Someplace we know is secure that we can trust.
Oh, this is I don't even have to roll for this, do I?
No.
It's just there.
Yeah, your buddies have a garage around that you can walk
Mhm.
to. It almost dismays you at first because it looks like it's caved in. However, if you look around, there's an exit that you can use as an entrance. All you'd have to do is bust
And-
through the pole.
And it'll have a nice, the one of the older, really nice Land Rovers with 4-wheel drive that'll fit all of us.
Yeah. And it's even equipped because you are part of the, supernatural big game hunters with specialized, electronics that are made to kind of resist this type of ordeal. So you don't even need to use the skeleton key. You can go in, find the key, it's stashed, and start it up.
Oh yeah, the nice older one meant, older carbureted one that doesn't
best
have
I
any
can-
electronics.
There you go.
The best I could find. The best I could find, Todd.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Cool.
I think Lucius carries the woman into the back of the vehicle, or like for now, do we want to leave her in that garage, or do we just want to put her in the car with us?
Whichever you think is the most safe, I think finding a place where she's secure would be the most safe.
I also think it might be useful. I suspect in this tower we're going to find her daughter.
Well, we can have her in the back of the vehicle, and for the most part, she'll be secure with us. But we'll know where she is. We won't have to worry about coming back to a spot and having her missing. But I also understand what you're saying, Chantel. I almost wish we could just keep her completely out of danger if she's so important.
Well, if nothing else, maybe we can protect her in the car, as we will have to exit it. She's gonna go with letting it bring the girl with us, just because it'll make an easier exit plan.
Oh yeah, totally. All right, so then Lucius kind of carries her in and places her carefully in the back.
All right. As you load into the vehicle, drive your way out of the garage and start making your way south into the forest. Things are getting noticeably worse. You look back towards the north and you don't know if this is real or not, but you watch as if the ground rises up. You're climbing an elevation so you get a good view of the city. It's as if the world peels up like paper, and you can see the city peel up and almost turn sideways. It's as if the city bends, and you watch as in the distance buildings slowly peel up and under their own weight begin collapsing in dust and rubble behind you. Fires shoot up around the city. Screams and wails ring out from the area that you just left. And the black figures that Chantel noticed, you all see them. And as you drive by, they turn and begin shambling and walking with you along the road. You leave them behind, but there always seems to be more. And there's a horde of them slowly shambling and walking behind you as you move. Like a dream, the city bends and breaks behind you.
This does not appear to be normal to me.
Ma'am, I'd like to know where you're from, where that might remotely be considered normal.
I'm from a very small island that you wouldn't know anything about. I'm gonna try to investigate a mystery to try to figure out where we are or what's going on.
Okay.
Partial.
One question.
One question. What is being concealed here?
The city itself. From the outside world. You know, or you assume, Chantel, that this isn't real. The city is not, in fact, bending. Reality is not breaking. Instead, it feels like there are forces at work that are keeping the city in, which is opposed to what you've been seeing, which is the force trying to expand out and perhaps cover the world. This is signs of a very powerful being losing control or exerting power in a haphazard, wild way. As for what's truly being concealed is in the tower, the source of the trouble that you see in the distance, high up atop a mountain. A winding road leads up it into the forest. From here, you can see military vehicles, transports, tanks, and now you can even see lying on the ground there are shadowy figures of perhaps soldiers, tall, elongated, distorted soldiers. And again, they rise up from the ground and follow you. And all down the mountain, you can see the shadowy figures from the city shambling and walking their way up from the base, following you. When you arrive at the tower, you can see that there's no one around except for one man. He's sitting on a crate, and next to him he has a bottle of vodka. He's got a hand on it, and in the other hand you spot a 9mm pistol, and he's looking up at the tower. He looks beaten, slightly bloody, defeated, slumped shoulders leaning forward, and he's simply staring up and looking at it. When your vehicle approaches from behind, he lightly turns his head to peer at you, but then looks back up at the tower again. And with a heave, he takes a large drink of the vodka, drops it on the ground, and then turns at you. And he puts the 9mm to his temple.
I think Lucius quickly steps out of the vehicle upon seeing this. And this guy just looks human, correct?
He seems to be a high-ranking officer in what appears to be the United States Army.
All right, so Lucius makes eye contact, and he's going to try to use mental dominion by manipulating someone. So when you gaze into a normal human's eyes and exert your will over them, I can roll plus charm. On a 10+, I hold 3. 7 and 9, I hold 1. You may spend your hold to give them an order, regular people, etc., etc. So he's going to try.
Okay. He calls out to you. You're from the government. Stay back.
But we're
I
here
got-
to help.
So I got a partial success, so that means I get 1 order. And I just kind of look at him and go, look, I understand the situation you're in, my friend, but I need you to throw that gun over to me after you make sure you put the safety on.
You don't understand. This is my fault. I did this. My men are dead. That lunatic is up there with his daughter. And I caused all of this. There's no hope for me anymore.
Well, that's fine, my friend, but I really have to ask you to listen. And then the command kind of sets in.
All of you watch as the man, it's almost as if he struck. His head whips back slightly, and then he slowly lowers the 9mm and tosses it into the mud between you. And then he lurches forward and grips at the crate. Oh God. Oh God.
That's bad. Now look, we're about to go up there and fix any sort of mistakes that were made today. Don't make it more difficult than it has to be. Calm yourself. Control yourself. And there is some redemption for you yet.
Please, just stop this. And he drops onto his knees and presses his forehead against the crate. And this proud, clean-cut, older military officer pushes his forehead against the crate and weeps.
Lucius collects the 9mm from the mud. Just kind of looks over at anyone else, kind of silently offering it up.
No, my character though is going to pull out her whip and have that ready, and it's the first time that she's undone her belt where you can see that it's actually a whip.
Lucius just kind of dismantles the gun, taking all the ammunition, tossing all the pieces into different areas of the street.
The tower itself has a circular stairwell from the outside leading up into it until it comes into a large round top with glass overlooking the scenic view of the city. At the base of it, for the last time, Chantel, sitting at the bottom of the stairs, covered in rain, soaking wet, is the cat doll leaning up against the pole. It's at the bottom step.
I want to use magic on the cat doll to try to communicate with something you don't share a language with.
Okay.
Oh.
You
I'm racking up the misses.
You cast magic on it, and the doll gains wounds. It loses patches of fur. Parts of it open up into the foam inside. Bits of it fall apart. It loses an arm as it falls out in the rain, leaving it a damaged, broken little cat.
Chantel's going to pick it up and go, I didn't mean to do that. I was just trying to talk to you. And she'll put it in a pocket.
Behind
Before
you,
we
the
go-
horde of shadowy figures marches up the mountain.
We need to be getting to the top.
Before we
I
go
agree.
in, this is probably the last chance. Do we want to check the boot of the Land Rover for anything we might need?
It doesn't hurt.
You know, say, I'm not sure anything. I'm assuming, Faust, that once we're inside the tower, it's unlikely that I have a cache inside the tower.
Yeah, I would say that's unlikely.
I wouldn't mind some +2, some armor. Anybody else looking for anything in particular?
Lucius will take some sort of charm that can give a bonus, but at this point, he already ignores armor when he attacks with his claws, and his main weapon is magic. So
I think it'd be unlikely to have
yeah, no, that makes sense.
a Fey charm.
I think he goes through the cache and comes back and goes, very nice selection, but nothing for me. Thank you.
Well, I'm finding out what people want, and then I can roll, and Faust can tell us what actually is in there.
I mean, armor would be good.
Chantel, are you muted?
Yes, I was. I am going to request a sewing packet. Don't ask. And a basically something to protect her head, because she has. I'm assuming that her head hits are things that her armor doesn't protect.
Okay. A helmet,
Yes.
sewing kit, and 2 sets of decent armor.
Mm.
Of two armor. Okay.
And then what? We only get the sewing kit, and everyone's gonna kill me.
So shall we look for something silly like an anti-rocket, an anti-tank rocket, or just go with this stuff?
Jesus. Man. It's
Roll
up
it,
to
and I
you, it's your
might have something
character.
for you.
Yeah.
Take grenades over.
Nice. As you rummage through it, you're all standing around preparing gear, and as the shadowy figures, lessen the amount of time that you have, you actually see the general. He rises up, and he walks towards you, and he reaches into his coat, and then pulls out a little vial. Wait,
That looks familiar.
when we dredged this creature up from the ocean, we experimented on it. It drove the ship that brought it up to insanity. We spent months trying to create some kind of counter to it, to its effects, so that we could research it, contain it. The most we could do is this. This, if you ingest it, will block out its effects for 20, 30 minutes most.
Chantel's gonna pull out the vial she has, and she says, it's the same as this one, yes?
I don't know where you got that, but yes. Yes, it is. Please take it.
I will take it. Thank you.
And she's gonna hand her vial to Marco.
No,
No, you
Wow.
won't take it?
you're going to need it.
There's only 2.
And you're far better equipped to deal with whatever thing which even God himself wouldn't pay attention to than a half-rate burglar.
But you are finding the way of good, is that not? You need a longer life in order to do that.
And I am doing good by making you use it.
Okay.
You can technically try to manipulate other hunters, so that you're the same.
She has
Marco,
a -1 on that.
Then never mind. It's totally up to you. Anyway, just wanted to let you know, technically, like, the other hunter can choose to say yes to it or not, but they get bonuses if you
It's a
say
choice.
yes. If they, yeah.
I mean, I can try to manipulate him. I'll have her try to manipulate him, but it'll probably fail because she has a -1. So it'll be fun.
Mm.
This could help you save your soul. You should truly think about it. You should truly think about it.
How badly does that offend or annoy you, Marco?
Lass, my soul was taken care of a long time ago.
What, did you trade it for something?
That's amazing. You can take experience for that, Marco.
Yeah,
I
that's the other
offended
really
or
cool
angered the target, so...
So both of you gain experience.
Really?
Straight up, this game straight up encourages you to manipulate each other. It's great.
Yeah, well... That didn't work.
Let's head up the steps.
Yeah.
Grab the armor and slap it on.
Lucius takes up a spot in the back with his 9mm out, just kind of laughing because, well, actually, hang on a second. There is one ability to use magic. Faust, I would like to Lucius in this time frame. Lucius has been trying to enchant his 9mm. Can I make a roll for that?
Sure.
Yeah, I think that works.
What is
so
that
it
do?
has. So enchant, it gets a +1 to harm and a plus to magic. So the bullets are now magic, and so it lets me use a different thing. If I really have to use kick some ass, it'll actually make my kick some ass do something. I'm really trying not to use kick some ass, but again, this is all about being safe.
I love it. So who has magical weaponry at this point? That's Chanel and Lucius, and you have silver bullets. Craig.
Yeah,
I have a-
silver
I have a-
and enchanted.
Oh, lovely.
I have a magic gun that does magic damage, and then my claws inherently do magic damage because I'm a magic creature.
So I think Marco is the only one without enchanted.
Yep.
So then,
Marco, would
Marco,
you like
I was going to hand you the pistol if you wanted, but
I mean, if it's special.
All right.
yeah, I think I trade 9mm with Marco.
If you would like something, Lucius, I have a 38 revolver or a machete you could borrow.
Does it have that special ammunition that you had? Because otherwise,
yeah.
Then yes,
Everything I have is silver and enchanted.
Yes, I will take that then. If Marco has the more reliable weapon, I'll just take the gun that has the nice fancy bullets. Thank you. And he takes the 38 from you.
Try not to lose it, please.
No. He stashes the 9mm Marco gave him and puts the 38 in the actual holster he carries inside of his jacket for the proper gun.
All right.
Apparently, mine razor whip is 3 harm, hand, messy, or area messy,
Yep.
holy. So I'm assuming that means that it does an area of effect, or
You can use it. You can use it in an area. It would say area of effect. I believe it's specific that it can be used around you and in an area. It's got reach.
oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, I was trying to clarify before we go in.
I think that's what it means. Because like, how would it do area of effect damage? Right? Like
Yeah.
it's a whip. Yeah.
Only if it has multiple. Like there are whips that have more than one.
Exactly.
Whip
Totally.
thing.
And I'm pretty sure that it either will say area of effect or it'll specify that it affects a large area. Because like, otherwise it just like some of the features, some of the descriptions aren't great.
Sorry, it was just like it's hand, area, messy, holy,
Yeah.
which isn't really something that makes sense to me.
Exactly. Yeah. It's like it's keywords that you have to know what they do.
Okay,
Is
thank
everybody
you.
ready?
Yeah.
Miss, would you care for the machete? Or are you good with your whip?
I believe I will be better suited to use something that I am used to using.
Okay.
Thank you.
As you climb the stairs, you look around and you can see that the shadowy figures are now standing at the base of the tower. There's only a few now, but you can see more coming up from the path. The large top has a door. The windows seem blurry, fogged in. You look around and there's actually, they seem to be shrouded corpses, freshly killed. There's a little bit of blood sprayed out onto the pathways around the building itself. And there's a door. Do you enter?
Can we investigate the door? The bad situation? Read a bad situation?
Sure.
It's a door.
It is a door. It's a door you open, it
Yeah.
swings inward.
I think
Uh,
one of those. This is one of those once more into the breach, my friends.
Go in.
Okay.
Rain
I'm sensing a
clatters down
change.
on the ceiling. At the far end of the room, pressed up against the wall with the two windows are the rain and the thunderclouds behind it. There is a chair. In this chair appears to be a young, brown-haired little girl, maybe 9 or 10 years old. In her arms is a cat doll. It's missing a leg. It seems torn in some places. But she's gripping onto it. Her eyes are closed and her head is rested back against the chair. Strapped to her head seem to be pads and even one needle that is pressed up against the back of her skull. Kneeling before her, reaching up onto the chair with his head bowed, is a man. He seems wealthy. His suit is pristine, and he is sitting there, bowed in despair. Around the room, you can see the corpses of one man wearing a black suit and 2 soldiers from the army. And as the door creaks open, outside you can hear a massive thunder crack. He turns his head back and he looks at all of you from under his arm. Are you here to take her from me too? I won't let you have her. Not my little girl. Not anymore. I'm going to save her. I'm going to fix her.
I'm going to suggest, or turn to Lucius and go, would you like to use your people skills now?
He stands and slowly turns to face you.
There are those certain moments where it's better to just use magic. And Lucius looks to him and attempts to banish him.
Okay.
As you do so, the tower shakes. It rocks. A huge amount of magical force is unleashed. Outside, where it was rain and storm, becomes red like fire, like hell. You look around and you see the windows cover over. But this isn't fog, this is a mist. It's black, writhing worms. All of the windows are covered in these worms, these horrible, disgusting, writhing things. Lucius, you step forward and you use magic. You are attempting to banish a spirit, curse.
Correct, yes. But I feel like that's not going to work yet, or maybe not at all.
What happens is, when you do that, you use it on the man, but it's actually the girl that responds. She writhes in her chair and lets out a cry of pain. What you noticed is that when the walls, the windows were covered over by these black worms, the 3 dead corpses around you began to rise up, and surrounding them, shrouding them, is the black shroud that you saw in the nurses and the people in the streets. When you do this, though, she lets out a cry of pain, and then she slumps back in the chair, and the figures on the corpses collapse onto the ground. It seems that you've kept them at bay. But the man looks back. What did you just do? Suddenly rising up from his feet, as if coming out of the ground, are these black worms. They wrap around him, starting at his feet, from his ankles, up his legs, around his body, until standing before you is a tall, horrific mass of writhing worms.
I'm gonna try to cast out evil, but take a step or two away from Lucius when I do so.
Yeah, I think Lucius does the same thing, seeing you begin to work your magic, the stuff he recognizes, while he's like calling out to the two gunnies to start fucking shooting.
The little girl screams in her chair. If you cast out evil on the man, instead you watch a few of the worms fall dead off of his body.
I was
But he
gonna
doesn't.
focus on the little girl.
Fair
so-
enough. Same result. If you focus on the little girl, you do this, and Chantel, you notice horrifyingly that crawling out of her ear, poking out its head, is a little writhing black worm.
I think that all goodness might have already been wiped from her.
Aye, it's a two-person parade here. Start fucking killing it. Moira came out. Sorry.
So, you do this, and the man raises a hand, and he looks at Lucius because he acted first, and screams, "Stop! Stop!" And shooting out from his hands are the little black worms flying towards you, Lucius.
Ooh, he's gonna try to use magic to do one thing that is beyond human limitations, and he's doing another one of those leaps he did with the car.
Go for it.
Yes.
All of you see Lucius leap up, basically onto the ceiling, as the black worms clatter onto the wall behind Lucius, and then fall onto the ground. They writhe and squirm, but eventually they seem to fade back into the floor, into nothingness. The tower shakes and rocks as you stand in it.
Yeah, and I think just for flavor, Lucius is like firing his gun. It doesn't matter if it hits or does damage. You guys are just hearing the 9mm go off as he's flying through the air.
Every time you do, a worm will fall off of his body.
It's not working, fellows. And you can hear Lucius is starting to lose the cool demeanor that you've normally heard him have.
Turning to how you were when we first found you. I think I'll let the other people go.
Do we want to drink the thing or shoot the thing?
Oh, that's a good question, yeah.
Oh, I have a pending,
Marco, Craig.
Yeah.
If you guys got absolutely nothing, then like technically
What's
Chantel can go again, right?
Yeah,
What's-
I was.
Okay, I'm going to use my read a bad situation, hold one, ask any question. And ask,
Nice.
What's the best way of taking out this guy?
Well, you got questions that you can ask. So, what's
No,
the biggest threat?
I've got the one that
Oh, cool.
where I can ask any question.
Oh, cool.
Well,
Not just a list
not
of-
one to suggest untested drugs on anyone, but if what the doctor's note and the general told you is true, this creature's power might be suppressed on you if you drink that.
I'm gonna take I'm gonna take a shot. I'm gonna chug the potion I have.
So you do. You shoot it back, and it burns the whole way down. It's almost like writhing in your throat as it goes down.
Like really bad scotch.
But when you open your eyes again, you see the scene where the shrouded figures were on the ground, repressed by Lucius's magic. Now you just see regular corpses, where you see the man covered in the black worms. Now you just see a desperate father holding a gun, a pistol, up at you. And where you see the little girl, well, you still do see that writhing black worm coming out of his ear.
Mhm.
I'm gonna shoot the father with my rifle.
Sounds good. Amazing. Choose one extra effect.
I'm gonna assume driving him away is an inappropriate selection.
You didn't get a 12, you got an 11.
Oh, sorry. I can't read. And I'll give the +1 forward. I'll take a +1 forward.
Okay. He raises up his 9mm. You shoot him, and you take out a portion of his side with your high-powered rifle. He looks back, and you see the fatherly instinct, as if he's checking to see that his daughter wasn't shot. The bullet actually passes right by her chair, and he screams in absolute agony, drops onto his knees, and raises the pistol at you and fires, firing the pistol back at you. You
Shoot at as he goes to shoot. I'm gonna shoot at his gun.
Sure, why not? Kick some ass.
Yeah, again, he rolled full success, so the guy's responding. Correct? He totally gets a chance. That makes sense.
Why
Ugh,
not?
Gross, dude. Gross.
That is gross. You fire the rifle into his side, and then he raises the pistol up. Don't hurt her! Stay back! But then you fire the rifle again, and with pinpoint accuracy, the likes of which most of us have never seen, you shoot the pistol in his hand, and he drops it. It breaks, and it drops onto the ground. The rest of you are witnessing the worm man, but what you see is Craig firing the rifle into his arm, and the mass of worms surrounding his right arm flies out and explodes out onto the ground before falling apart, and the worm monster man in front of you is missing an arm now.
And with the +1 from the forward, that was actually a 12, so I'm gonna give everybody a +1 forward.
All of you see the writhing mass in front of you, gripping. He's still standing tall, horrifically writhing in place. But Craig, what you see is the man doubled over in agony on the ground.
Okay, well, Marco, do you want to go or?
I'm just gonna get ready to try to knock one of you out of the way when something heads your way.
Okay, so Lucius is starting to get really suspicious as he sees the one big gunner firing away on, like he's assuming that they're both nasty worms, so he would like to read a bad situation if possible. He's really bad at it, but he's going to try. And he's like trying to pick up an actual proper target here.
As far as you can
All right.
tell, standing before you is a horrific monster that was a man.
Yeah,
Oh.
Lucius is going to try to burn it with magic. He's going to use magic to try to inflict harm. Oh, it ignores armor too. I think it doesn't make sense for it to be weakened or have a short duration. I think it has a problematic side effect.
As you cast this magic, your grip on the corpses on the ground are loosened. And you see them, again, the shrouded men rise up. They're standing on different corners around the room. And Lucius, Craig, one of them focuses on you, even walking past Lucius, ignoring Lucius to go forward and swipe at you. So how much damage does your attack do, Lucius?
It does 1 harm and it ignores all armor, so the person's just taking 1 harm.
Alright, so the harm's at 4 harm.
My character is going to take her vial as well and close her eyes and pray as she takes it, and then when she opens her eyes again, she's going to try to cast out evil on what she sees as the most evil creature, and with now the clear eyes.
Yes.
So.
Where you saw just a second ago the shadowy figures on the ground rise up, they return to just being corpses on the ground. They aren't real. The man that was covered in the worms is now doubled over on his side, screaming in agony and pain with a broken pistol in front of him and a chunk blowed out of his side. And you see the little girl writhing slightly in her chair as a black worm that you partially banished sticks out of her ear.
So I'm going to try cast out evil again, aiming specifically at the girl and the worm. Did that roll go through?
Mine is the last use magic, so you think you have to roll again.
Okay.
Yep. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Ooh. The creature now writhes this way out of the girl's ear, and it's almost completely out. It is desperately clinging to the inside of her ear to stay inside, part of it clinging to maintain its power. Its grip on the outside loosens. All of you still under the effects of it can see the worms drop away from the windows. The outside starts turning back from red to a normal thunderstorm. 2 of the shadowy figures drop away, but the one that was going to attack Craig is still going to lash out and bash at him with a shadowy cudgel.
Todd, you taking it, or are you just gonna?
I am going to. I was just trying to figure out what to.
Oh, sorry.
I'm gonna kick some ass at it.
Fuck yeah.
And the +1 will turn that into a 7 for a partial. Which basically means we do damage to each other.
Alright.
Exchange harm.
You take 2 harm as it bashes you in the back of the head.
He has 2 armor.
Absorbed by my armor!
Oh, gross. It bashes you. It bashes you in the back of the neck, but your armor pokes up back there and deflects the blow. Amazing. Marco, as you're standing there, the writhing worm mass raises its other hand and fires out a blast of the black worms towards you.
Oh, God. Yeah,
Can Chantel say something to him?
jump out of the way, yeah.
Chantel's
just
gonna go.
Just jump out.
The guy, the male seems to be injured the most. The little girl is being possessed, it appears. There's a creature that is coming out of her ear. Can you not see it?
No.
Well, you should have been willing to take the potion when I suggested it to you.
Make an act under pressure roll.
Yeah, pretty much. Makes sense. Come on, Daz.
So you're going to only take 1 point of harm as you die from the side. One of the worms, it's horrific. It seems to latch onto you, and then one of your previous open wounds, it starts to try to dig its way in.
Yeah. No. And I'll just drop the pistol and start digging it out.
It's horribly painful. Who's next?
I guess Lacking any better ideas, I'm gonna shoot the guy again.
Okay. We need to be getting rid of the worms, not the people.
Hmm.
At this
Doesn't
point,
matter. Craig hates that dude.
At this point, all of you see the writhing worm mass collapse into itself. As Craig, you put another bullet into the man kneeling on the floor. He slumps forward and he reaches out a hand towards all of you. Please help her. And slumps forward onto the wood, bleeding out.
Okay, now you can try to cure the little girl.
After you made her an orphan, she's gonna try to cast out evil again.
Figured orphan was better than dead.
I have a forward, but that doesn't matter, and I'm not gonna use it to waste
Oh,
on a partial
it's-
success.
It's automatically applied to your next roll.
Oh, so it's on this one and it doesn't help at all. Alright,
You,
so it casts out evil, but partial success.
the worm, writhes out of the little girl's ear and falls onto the floor. Before you have time to react, it's very fast. It begins writhing and making its way towards one of the windows or one of the holes in the wall that was blown out by the hunting rifle and tries to escape.
I'll shoot
Someone
it.
someone help me trap it!
Yeah, no. Lucius kind of stands up, and they can see Craig pull his rifle up, attempts to trap the creature, like enchanting his bullet essentially to trap it in place by using magic.
Nice. That's a 12. Holy crap.
So when the bullet hits, there's like a bunch of fucking like Fey magic style roots and stuff.
That's a partial success with that, with his actual hitting.
So, you enchant the bullet and you fire it towards the writhing worm. And just as it's an inch away from the bullet hole heading out of the tower, Lucius, you shoot and the bullet impacts on the wall, and then the rest of you see a magical dome cover over the worm. It thrashes wildly and flails, but it's stuck.
Alright.
You're like through gritted teeth. Get it, please, get it.
I will try to cast it out again. Close your eyes and don't stand too close. Is there anyone else doing stuff that wants to go first?
All of you now see the bleeding out man on the floor. The vision breaks.
Okay, I will do. So he's not dead yet?
The worm is currently trapped against the wall.
No, the guy.
Oh, the man? Oh, he's certainly going to be bleeding out in a second here.
Oh, gross. Nice.
Ooh, wow.
I cast out evil on the worm, so
Amazing. As it's stuck in the enchanted barrier, Chantel, you approach it and raise a hand. The small dome fills with golden light so that you can't see inside of the dome anymore. And then when the light finally fades, there's nothing remaining inside the dome.
Chantel's gonna turn back. Now, check them, see if they're also harmed, and she's gonna run to the man that Craig has shot up.
He is
I'm gonna let other
almost
people
certainly going to
go.
die.
I'm gonna lay on hands the moment that everyone else is gone.
Yeah, I think Lucius just kind of collapses after the creature is out of his dome, just falling to the ground.
All you can hear is the sound of rain in the silence. The corpses nearby are just that, corpses. The fog outside is just normal fog. It doesn't cover everything and block vision anymore. And if you peer out of the window, where the shrouded masses were surrounding the tower, it's just grass. It's just fields. just the military equipment that was left behind.
Um,
Are you
Your
gonna
hands, Divine.
You were gonna try laying on hands.
yeah, I wasn't sure if someone else wanted to try stuff too.
No,
but-
like you're the best option for healing, I think.
Oh,
That sucks.
this.
He's
That's
Do
already
you do a
sucks.
help afterwards?
No, he's dead, I think.
he's already
I'm
dead
pretty
by the
sure he's
time you walk
dead.
over to him.
Oh, by the time she reaches, okay.
By the time she reaches him
still
and
have
tries
a
to
lot.
heal him,
No, that makes perfect sense for a miss.
no, I think he's dead.
Hmm.
Well,
That or my aura causes extra harm. I walk forward and try to heal him, but he explodes.
well, either from the gunshots or however else, the man lays dead among the 4 bodies. The little girl is unconscious, slumped up against the chair, strapped to the chair, with military equipment all around. Your radio, whoever has a radio, I assume somebody brought one, comes
Lucius
to
has
life.
one. Finally, the blasted thing. He clicks on the thing. Come in, please. Orb, this is Lucius.
Immediately. Lucius, this is Gehrman. Come in.
I read you. I rendezvoused with the secondary team that came in. I believe that we have solved the issue.
Seeing as you've opened up communications, I'm inclined to believe you. I'll give the word.
Please send evac over in a tower, south side of the city.
Understood. We'll trace your location, send a helicopter to pick you up.
Yeah, I'll put tape on the radio so the channel will be open if anyone wants to talk. And Lucius just kind of like holds the radio out for anyone who wants to say anything else.
We might need some first aid here. Maybe a little more than that. And there's a few people that are dead.
Oh, there are a lot of people that are dead.
But
I
not as
assume-
many as could be.
Absolutely, but I assume Orb was going to do a sweep. Find what they find. We don't have to worry about the bodies necessarily.
Hmm.
Has anyone gone over to the little girl yet?
No.
No, Lucius is pretty sure he knows what's there, but
Okay.
I believe that's the angel.
My character is gonna go walk over to the little girl and inspect her to try
I'll
to
walk
see if
over
she's
with ya.
dead. If she's dead or salvageable.
Her breathing is shallow, but she is breathing. She's unconscious. She's exhausted.
Does she have any injuries that I should be trying to heal, or is it just unconscious for now?
You could always try, I suppose, but she, even in unconsciousness, she grips onto the little cat doll tightly in her arms.
Is that the same cat doll that I had earlier?
It is, even has the wounds.
Okay. She's going to sit down next to the girl and wait for people to come while slowly stitching the doll back together.
Out through the city, maybe you can't see it, maybe you can't hear it, but the city waking up from its nightmare. People that lost their minds, attacked each other, killed each other. Everybody snaps out of the vision. The ruins of the city, where before it was peeling up and collapsing, burning, is now just a damaged, ruined city. But in time it could be rebuilt. A helicopter slowly approaches from the docks and lands outside of the tower. National Guard soldiers pour out of the helicopter, climb the tower. A medical team approaches, and they carefully have to pull the pads off of the girl's head, carefully extract the needle from her head. And when all is said and done, they move to bring her out of the tower carefully on a stretcher. Standing at the bottom of the tower waiting for you all is the handler, Gehrman. And he watches the girl pass by, and he rubs his face lightly and turns towards all of you as you descend the tower. Should I ask, or should I wait for the debriefing?
It was messy, Gammon. For all involved.
You might need to be placing her somewhere. I think her main guardian is no longer with us. And I think she will probably need assistance adjusting to normal life again.
Counseling, at the very least.
What can we do?
Long.
No matter how vigilant we are, no matter how hard we try to prevent things like this, things fall through the cracks. We spoke to the former general. He won't be keeping his position at the very least. We'll ask him questions.
I take it this was unsanctioned testings?
Well, that certainly remains to be seen. How deep this goes, if the United States government is involved, well, Orb might have some words for them too.
At the very least, Hanesborough's going to have a thorough, cleaning. In the
Mm.
province.
I will leave you to your politics. And she's gonna walk off.
You have my
Step
gratitude, agents. Truly.
Of course. If you don't mind, Yemen, and you see that Lucius kind of gives you all a nod. I'm off to back to do what I was up to before you guys called me in here. Have a good day, everyone. And he just disappears in the same way that he appeared.
So,
Um,
Mr. Connor, what do you think? Is this line of work preferable to prison?
You'll have to ask me enough. Ask me tomorrow.
I think it'll make the perfect line of work for you.
Falling in the sky? Swimming
You've
underneath the bay?
Are you telling me that you do not wish to teleport out of here?
Ah,
We'll arrange a helicopter.
alright.
He turns and looks up at the tower one more time, then turns and walks back to the helicopter transporting the little girl. And as he looks back, is there anything else you need from me? Or Orb?
No, we are good, and Chantal is gonna teleport away as well.
So long. The helicopter door slams shut, and you see the Orb logo on the side of the helicopter before it turns and heads back over the ocean, over the city. And with that, I think this case is closed.
Cool, man. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
That was fun. I also find it hilarious that she's sort of similar to.
To a fae, to a fae who's like over a millennia old. Yeah, that's kind of odd.
Well, she's divinely touched, sort of.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, we just come from different realms with very different goals.
Wow, that was hard.
Yeah,
That was
man, it's a
interesting.
weird system. It's a weird system to run for the first time. The hardest thing to wrap your head around is that all your responses come from player roles. It's like, what?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
okay.
was difficult. The combat and knowing when I should act and when I should be waiting.
But again, like one of the best parts for me is that when it's obvious, oh, it feels so good. Like when a player misses super hard and you're like, all right, everyone's gonna get hurt because of that. Like a player just whiffed super badly, exposed the entire party to a certain effect. So now I get to affect everybody and anyone can respond.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I had to
Did you
change
shut
that.
down the?
No,
Sorry, real quick. Did you shut down Foundry?
no.
Oh, it is showing
went-
as unfound for me.
Perfect
wow.
timing.
Critical failure. That's amazing.
Okay, so we'll use Nagrok as our main, and if that ever craps out on us, we'll use this as a backup.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, I had to change the course of that because we were running out of time. So, do you guys want to know kind of what happened?
Heck yeah.
Sure.
Okay, so at the beginning, the army dredged up a worm from the bay, the ocean, and this worm demonstrated what's the word? It could impart visions and insanity on people in a close proximity. It drove the entire crew of a ship mad. The army took this and performed experiments on it, and they decided that this could be an effective weapon if it could be controlled. And after several experiments using, medical professionals, they discovered that they could potentially introduce this into a human. And after many experiments, and I hate to say it, dead people, they found one that is stuck with, usually picking out orphans and things like that. What you missed by going to the apartment was that there was a rich man. He was very wealthy. He owned a media company, corporation in the city. And he had a mistress and a daughter that he kept in a lower class apartment in the city, hidden away from the rest of his family. This daughter had a fear of dogs because they had a scary dog in the apartment that her mom owned. She hated the situation, hated the dog, ran away. She was picked up, experimented on, and she already had, prior tests done. Dr. Jones picked her up, she fell into his hands, and the military paid him to run the experiment on her, and it succeeded. She was to be transported to the listening post, the tower here, where if we had more time, you would have found all these bodies, but you would have found that the communications, the source of all this energy through military equipment was coming from the corporation's center. The father owned. He had already come and killed the men here in a surprise attack and took his daughter back to the corporation. On the way back, you would have gone to a bunker and uncovered more of the serum that would have let you see through this, and then you would have gone to the corporation, worked your way up the skyscraper in the middle of the city, and there you would have found pretty much the same scene. Her the worm exerting power through her, him unable to stop it, unable to help her, and in defense, the worm would show you these visions of him covered in the writhing mass and all these shadowy figures attacking, but none of it's real. It was all hallucinations, all visions but it's real enough to you,
Yeah, totally. Cool.
So that was the monster, a little black worm.
No, yeah, I like that. Again, fishing it out of the bay and giving everyone a little hint of what might be down there. Very cool.
That was a nice tie-in, definitely.
Well, that certainly wasn't supposed to happen.
Hey, it
Yeah.
was divinely inspired.
That was probably the best part of the session, in my opinion.
It was very fun to just sit there and be like, all right, I'm not gonna roll for the next 20 minutes because they're gonna have to get themselves out of this fucking mess.
That was
I was waiting
insane.
for it to be like, and 2 characters are now dead. The other 2, go for it.
I was thinking about it, but that would be brutal. And Todd, you're right. She is an agent of chaos. Just an absolute force of chaos.
Even as a divine character brought down from the heavens.
Absolutely. I fear for Birch. I fear Birch.
Yeah, that'd be
You
interesting.
should.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
Thanks a lot, Faust. This was a lot of fun. I gotta
Yeah.
run, start making dinner. See you later.
Yeah,
guys.
Right.
thank you.
I need to
Yeah.
figure
Yeah,
out a
thank you.
voice for Birch. I'm
Yes,
gonna
you
try
do.
to figure out something
Peace out, guys.
See ya.
sinister, but I don't know what would be a sinister voice.
God.
We'll see.
Mm.
I think you'll do just fine with that. Oh. Well, that
Agent
was
of Chaos.
Well
that was
done.
different. I don't think I'm going to be doing that again for a while. But
It was fun.
It's a different system, yeah.
yeah, it was something else.
It is a very different system, but it's nice, like, every now and then it's fun to change things up, right?
Mm.
Yeah, it's always good to try. I've always wanted to try running a horror. I may be good at it, I may not be, but maybe I need a different system. Maybe I need something a little more concrete.
I think you did fine with the horror
Yeah,
part.
this
It
was
was
good.
Mhm.
this was
Yeah.
good, and I think either you'd get used to the system or you'll find a different one that you like better. But
Yeah.
this was
So
good for horror, and it was creepy. You
Yes.
definitely had creepy down.
I'm gonna be done GMing until probably our next Traveler game.
Okay.
So
Okay.
if you guys want to put together one shots or something, I might play. But primarily, I need to focus
You
on life
progress.
a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you put together one shots, I'll be like, I might play, but I'm not gonna guarantee to it.
I'm
But,
sorry about being late today, but thank you.
No,
guys.
you're good. We got in our full time. I'm good.
All right.
All right.
Wow.
Stop recording.